Welcome to everyone from Georgia. I am Emily Shalbertze, a young ambassador. I am honored to be part of this amazing conference where young people share new vision and projects all over the world. You will be the first of which the development of the country has always stood. Youth are the drives to positive change in the world. I'm sure, as always, we will learn a lot from each other today. I want to wish you all the young people success and thank them very much. Many thanks to all teachers who provided information about this important conference. Many thanks to Mr. Piyush Pandit, our founder, who has publicized the education of the whole world in one space. Many thanks to the creator of the project, Ms. Inga Kharchilava, and her dedicated team. And now I want to say a special thanks to our guest of honor who are with us today, the educator of the world, and will support the youth, as well as share their important knowledge with us. This is why this project is important. Students, teachers, guests of honor all try to solve the problem together. Sustainable development goals are very important for us. We must all fight together to reduce these problems by 2030. Before we start the conference, let me introduce IIU and our founder. Okay. International Internship University, IIU, is the leading virtual education system and global brand confederation, which is the most valuable and trusted worldwide and well-reputed in developing innovative programs. Globally, it is a trust name for quality training programs and is committed to providing better and well education to all the young learners of the globe. IIU is metaposing the conventional education system by cutting down the additional cost and provided access to more than 1,000 class courses, internship in the e-learners across the globe, with the help of its 1,000 class global educators. IIU has formed these four councils, namely Women Entrepreneurs Council, International Students Development Council, International Youth Development Council, and International Councils of Educators. The main objective behind the councils is provided supporting every respect to the students, youth, women, entrepreneurs, and educators. In a short span of time, IIU has spread its wings in 195 countries and 6 continents under the strong leadership of its visionary founder, Mr. Piyush Pandit sir. My great respect and gratitude to you. A committed and inspiring social activist, a passionate educationist from the last 2 decades, providing educations to students from various social and cultural backgrounds. He has publicized the world policy, one education, one foundation, and one world. The visionary Piyush Pandit had just one dream. No child should be deprived of education. He is working towards it day and night. He's safeguarding and promoting education and well-being of learners at all times of life. He's commendable. The sky is the limit for your dedication and hard work. You are a source of inspiring for us young people, and not only young people, really. Thank you very much for all you do to make education shine. God bless you and give you strength. Please keep up the amazing and important work. Okay, now I would like to invite you, the project director, head of Europe, the country director, Ms. Inga Kharchilava. Dear, please tell us your valuable role and motivated the youth.
Wow, thank you, Ellen. Thank you so much. Very beautiful day. Thank you. Congratulations to all of you and best wishes. Thank you very much, Ellen. We are proud of you and all the young people who are trying to change the world for the better today. I am very happy. Why? It is very important for me to see so many little lights. You are our hope for a bright future. A good future is in your hands, my dearest, and you have to fight for it. Yes. Thank you very much to all the guests of honor. My respect to all of you who are with us today and support us. I am really speechless. Your support is very important for us, for your young people. Many thanks to the young people, of course, and the teachers. Many thanks to all participants from around the world. Special thanks to our founder, Mr. Piyush Pandit, who always support us. Thank you for this amazing opportunity. Many thanks to my dear sister from Croatia, dear Nada, she's always support us, she's always with us. Dear Shalale, thank you for everything. Okay, and now as I think, IIU stage is yours. Best wishes to all of you again. And I introduce and a very, very important guest from Bangladesh, dear Mehibin Prodhan Faisal. Can you hear me, my dear? You are ready?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My big respect to you. We are proud of you. And please share your valuable knowledge with us.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, dear Inga, for inviting me and Mr. Piyush Pandit for organizing such beautiful initiative for youth and acknowledging this SDG importance with youth. I think it's very vital and important. So I'm very happy to be part of it. So I'll share a few of my points with all our beautiful youth that we are holding on for a better future. So just a second. Firstly, I love this idea of IIU, that new approach to education and incorporating youth for all of us. Core purpose to share knowledge and evolving education under strong leadership across the globe, which is commendable. I personally appreciate very much. It's itself a very diverse, strong, and purposeful initiative to ignite our youth. A unique combination of traditional and modern methods of education. I personally feel very happy to see and being a guest of honor in this show to share my knowledge with our youth, to seed their mind, to amplify and to educate their mind without limits. That is my core purpose, so I will emphasize on it a little more. Before I dive into SDG and its importance and important knowledge, I would like to share a little bit depth on personal development. I personally believe that is the core thing for any individual to build their personal ideology, knowledge, and style, which is very important as a wellness thinker and a speaker. And why it's important to educate about SDG regardless age, culture differences, language differences, ethnicity, nationality, and different faiths around the world. I personally emphasize on educating the mind along with formal education is mandatory for us and our youth and next generation. When I talk about educating the mind, it's mean to go limitless, to explore and pursue knowledge in any form and from everything, every way a person can. So before that, a person has to develop their own full potential, and the one and only way to achieve that this is self-development journey. If you think deeper and try to acknowledge the difference between formal academic education and the educating the mind, it's quite opposite. Formal education, we all need to gain structural expertise in particular area or subject. On the other hand, educating the mind required to be able to understand the anatomy of life and the purpose of having the life, which is very important, and delving into the required to understand yourself, and it has more than one aspect of life. So every youth, if we can educate all our youth with that understanding, I think it will be much more easier, and so golden future we can achieve out of that. I cannot put it into words. To master yourself, to unleash your higher consciousness in order to become complete your best version. So, and human life is more than one dimensional. Take a deep look into yourself. What makes you to be you? Well, it's your body, mind, and soul. Have we ever given it a thought of our own mechanism and how we actually functioning? Anything we say, do, or act on it has to be into the alignment of one another. Three part of us. So, which is our body, mind, and soul. In one sentence, every individual have to take the first responsibility towards their own sustainability to understand the moral values and growth importance of SDG. As we all land into a new era of time zone and much more upgraded, and we have the resources to source to infuse modern and traditional methods of learning and extracting knowledge, so we must take advantage of it. And one more vital point in learning methods, I think very few has opened up on this, that our education system always don't focus on the learning capacity of the children. In my analysis, I think we need to focus on all the children differently by knowing their capacity and ability of learning. However, let's move into SDG and its importance. The SDG are universal goal for all people and are inherently global in nature. Learning about this initiative helps the students develop insights into critical issues and the world, such as lack of access to clean water, gender equality, different faiths, and etc. 1 to 17 goals. So partnership, if we can encourage our youth to partnership projects with one another or with two different institutes of the school that can help them to explore and expand their knowledge with one another with different diversity, knowledge is very important here. This might reflect not only the breadth of SDG 17, but also that countries see global partnership as central to Agenda 2030. SDG 13 on climate change is given the second most attention as measured by SDG scores. Sustainable development practices help countries grow in ways that adapt to the challenges posed by climate change, which will in turn help to protect important natural resources for ours and our future generation. And if we can educate youth about this information, it will be very helpful and they will take responsibility by their own. So we all should be open to them and discuss and let them know with everyday updates. That's how I feel. By the year 2050, it is estimated that our global population will likely reach 9 billion people. Sustainable development is defined as development that meets current needs without jeopardizing future generation ability to meet their own. In other words, it is a systematic strategy for economic growth. So we basically need to have all our youth about all the SDGs, and on only this 17 SDGs actually cover almost every area of human life to run this world and live into this world. On the other hand, 3,500 leaders surveyed across developed and developing countries found that life below underwater marine conservation is very consistently under-considered as the least important of the United Nations 70 goals. So I think youth should be aware of that marine life and underwater for biodiversity. It's very important and eco-friendly procedure, how we can go for sustainable development to overcome all this blockage. In recent UN summit, there is a much talk about it, the new sustainable development goals and how they will improve lives while protecting the planet over the next 15 years. Due to that reason, UN Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs explained why we should all care about these goals despite of ages. So if all of the world's people lived like this, the way we are living, I don't think we can survive very longer. So it's very important that we incorporate all our youth and give them the proper knowledge and information about SDG and how we can look forward for sustainability. So the way it is currently, so it's not possible to continue. So we don't have any other choice instead of going for alternative approach to tag all our youths into every move that we all are making around the world for better world, SDG goal, green world, anything that we are doing basically to achieve a better world, peaceful world. So all this SDG goal is a part of all these aspects. So we must invite and all our youth all the time. And I think this is a great initiative incorporating our youth for this kind of shows. It has to be done more. So that the issue of sustainability is one that belongs to everybody because the issue of our environment and the development in resources is one that will affect generations to come, regardless of location, nationality, ethnicity, language, colors, and different faith. SDG basically pointing us about one thing very clearly, that we have hampered the nature somehow, knowingly or without knowing. So now if we want to survive and revive, we must tag all of us into this journey. And youth is our power. Youth is like future. So they should be part of everything. I personally support this idea of IIU and this new voice for the youth. It's really commendable. So that's why educating the mind is so important to wake up those kids or youth to have this concern by their own once they develop the emotional intelligence of educating the mind and responsibility, values, awareness, self-actualization. So all this comes from a self-development journey. So I think and youth has the tremendous capacity of learning faster than adults. I think, if you can guide them and give them a structure, they can become even more than us. And lastly, that I'd like to, almost I'm done here, so I have last point to share with you all. If we can have a better development economically, socially, and environmentally, some of the crises can be addressed properly to restore by acknowledging all the SDG goals. If we can look for carbon-free situation and environment, for example, I would like to address here in Paris, heart of the Paris, there is one area that they have been working on. So now it's totally zero, no carbon there. So if we all can try and come to a point to work towards SDG goal, we can overcome all these CO2 emissions and we can achieve a better green, healthy environment for our youth and next generation. So, and the core purpose of tagging youth is because if we don't protect ourselves and SDGs importance, those 17 goals, we are not going to have any next generation, healthy next generation. So it is a must-go important point to tackle our youth, and let's encourage all our youth to take responsibility. It's not about age, it's all about what we need to live and grow successfully, gracefully in this world. Thank you very much for having me.
Wow, wow. Thank you. Thank you very much for your valuable time to be with us. And we are grateful for your great support, my dear. It is a lovely spending this day with us, your being dear. Why is sustainable development important in students in life? Yes, of course, dear. Practicing sustainable empowers children to consider knowledge, explore values, and develop respect to all responsible in the next future. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, well done.
Okay, thank you, Inga. And now I would like to warmly welcome a very important person for IIU and for us, who is always with us and supports us. Georgians especially love and respect her because she has a pure heart and soul. We appreciate she's amazing work. Yes, you guessed it's right. This person is Professor Nada Ratkovic from Croatia. Welcome there. Please introduce yourself and also please greet our guest.
Thank you. Thank you, my beautiful Elena, for this opportunity. Yes, I always like to be here and hear the IIU Youth Voice. Me, Professor Nada Ratkovic, the co-founder of IIU Europe, president of Research Center, country director Croatia, and the board member. Welcome you all to this conference, this amazing conference. The second in the month of May. IIU really a unique combination of traditional and modern methods in education. IIU Europe is created to share knowledge and revolutionize education under the strong leadership of our head of Europe and dear Dr.Inga Kharchilava, my beautiful sister. So here we are working. Our youth is our future. Let's hear the IIU voice in a new vision of Europe Youth. So I want to talk about what is happening in Europe now. From 9 May this year, so before 16 days, the European Year of Youth started. And this year will be till 24 May 2024. Our president of the European Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, give that in this state and make this year, 2023, the European Year of Skills. So here today, so many students, so many amazing students who will share with us their knowledge and skills. We know that we have before last year, we had a green and digital transition, and we had so many new opportunities, so many grants, so many money comes to the European economy. So there will skills for the students who make so many new labor market changes, and they were very engaged in the society. What it means as skills. How can we brush our skills? That is very important. Today, we know that almost in many, many schools, there are still so many traditional teachers who are not practicing the new modern technology, new modern skills. So especially for the professions where you don't have a practice. So we need Europe with the skills. we need more skills. We need more vocational schools because a vocational school is giving, I can say, a final product. A final product is somebody who can be a beautician, a hairdresser, who can do the things in the architecture, and that is the skill what we need. So when a person finish a vocational school, he is ready for the work. So we know, according to the European Eurostat, there are the percent of 37% of adults are taking training. So not a regular education. Our students are going to the practice. If they are in the tourism sector, they are going to the hotels. They are going to work like a receptionist, waiters, like cookers. So that is something that we need, and we need to increase this demand. So 2023 will be a year of boosting talent from the students. We have now in all European countries, the world skills competition is over. For 1 month, it will be the European main, and then they will go on the world skills. So that is the way how we need to work. And here in IIU, we are doing so much for the youth, especially IIU Youth is doing so. We are promoting investing in the students, helping them, and showing how much the skills are important. And then on this way, we are sure that that our youth will have a bright future. So Professor Nadaratko can talk whole day. I come from the work and still can talk and do anything, but I want to now call a very great personality, and I will say Mabuhay Philippines. I want to call a great educator, who is today for the first time with us. He is a great, well-known, our Raymond H. Banzuela. He's amazing. He's a wonderful educator. So, my dear youth, let us hear what will our great Professor Raymond share today with us. And maybe Philippines are not so far also. We can visit Philippines. So, we need to make this corporation interactive lesson. So let us hear our great Raymond. Welcome, dear Raymond. Enlighten us.
Thank you so much, my dear and lovely Professor Nada, for a warm welcome. Good day, everyone. And of course, mabuhay from the Philippines. My name is Raymond Banzuela, and I am an education program consultant, specifically for technical, vocational, and social studies here in the Philippines. So before anything else, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to the IIU President, Sir Pius Pandit, and to our IIU Europe Head Country Director, our dearest and lovely Dr.Inga Kharchilava, and of course,
That's so
the the country director from Croatia, our dearest and lovely Professor Dr. Nada Rajlubir. Ayan. Thank you very much, ma'am, for having me here. And to all of our youth who are with us today on this platform, as well as to the listener and viewers on our Facebook Live, have a blessed day, everyone. So allow me to share my slide, please.
Yes, you can.
You can, Raymond. Yes.
Thank you. All right. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Yes, it's right.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. So when we talk about sustainability, the first thing that comes to mind in our planet's environment, uh, we are well aware that the world has encountered significant changes, and the disasters and deluges I witnessed when I was younger were more than tripled in strength and damage. So as we experience here in our country, the Philippines, in 2013, this typhoon named Yolanda is the most powerful typhoon in the Philippine history. And more than 6,000 lives were taken. Billions worth of properties were destroyed, while 3 million Filipino families were left homeless and without food. And according to the United Nations, the Philippines is one of the uh, four worst hits by disasters in the world in the past decades. And this is attributed to the increasing problem of climate change. We all know that climate change is pertaining to a change in the environment or weather caused by an increase in the greenhouse gases that warm the planet. So when the global temperature rises, the probability of disasters such as heat waves, floods, and droughts increase as well. So the climate change has effects on human health as well as the destruction of livelihoods, which can lead to poverty and malnutrition. And because climate change is one of the most serious problems experiencing the world today, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, have been established. And it aimed for countries to work together to address the problem of climate change. So what does Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG, mean, and why it is important for us? The Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the Global Goals, were adopted by all member countries of the United Nations in 2015, including here in our country. And this is to protect our planet and ensure that all people in the world experience peace and prosperity by the year 2030. So the concept of this sustainable development is the type that should be, what are the resources that we have that the current generation, like you, okay, so can enjoy, and that this future generation will be able to enjoy even more. So we're still balancing our resources. The resources used, because there are only two options: use the resources, waste it, or add to its usage by deteriorating it. So it's our choice, but we will always remember that whatever action we take, good or bad, has a great impact on our planet. And there are 17 SDGs set by the United Nations, including addressing the issues of poverty, hunger, education, and climate change. The SDGs target to eradicate all forms of poverty by ensuring, of course, the equal access to the basic services and economic resources. And it, as well, it also aims to eradicate hunger, which is leading cause of malnutrition. So to achieve this, there must be a food security to ensure an adequate supply of food. And it also aims to have quality and affordable education for all, which is the key to better opportunities. And of course, above all, it aims to take action to combat climate change. And they are linked despite of their differences. It appears to impress uh, the countries that this is what we should strive for as a government and as a country in general, that we should be able to ensure that no one is poor, that no one is hungry, and that everyone receives a proper education. These are very different aspects of well-being, and they must be closely monitored. And as a young individual like you should be more conscious of the importance of environmental preservation by incorporating sustainable practices into your daily life, because you are the hope of your native land. Just start doing these things now for your future, for the near future, so you can fully enjoy it and your children can enjoy it for the generations to come. Practicing these sustainabilities allow young people to build knowledge, explore values, and develop a respect for nature, setting the foundation for the environmentally responsible adulthood in the future. And so how can you as a young person conduct sustainable practices or take steps to make your home greener? So these are some of the sustainable practices that we can do to help reach these goals. So as the simple thing that we can do, number one is save electricity. It is a good practice to always turn off and unplug all your appliances when they are not used. Grow your own vegetable or eat more drinks. Learn to grow food in your yard, and that we can use and consume every day. And let's eat less meat and focus on drinking more organic food supplies. And then another one is we should go plastic free. Do not use plastic bag, but instead you can use reusable shopping bags. Composting, for example, the tea waste or the tea composting is a perfect way to support plant health, prevent pest attacks and diseases. And you can also compost the eggshells by grinding them in a mortar and pestle and digging them into the soil. And these pulverized eggshells layer is a simple way to combat plant disease. So eggshell calcium is also beneficial in garden soil, where it is reduces soil acidity while providing nutrients to the plant. And of course, conserve water. Do not keep the tap running at the entire time you're brushing your teeth, for example, washing your hand and when taking ablution. And another important thing that we have to consider in these sustainability practices is the recycling. Newspaper, for example, and plastic products are easily recycled, and these materials can be made into new products instead of sitting in a landfill. And one of the best way to reuse plastic bottles is to recycle them into gardening tools, for example. So these are the fundamentals that we are all familiar with already. And your teachers have already taught you these simple sustainability practices. But your simple methods will be of great help to us in achieving our goals of saving the world from the threat of transformation. You are the true hope of our world. Let us protect our environment and promote development to preserve the beauty and brilliance of our natural resources. Let us do everything we can to protect our home. We cannot protect ourselves unless we protect nature. So as a human solution is the only way to solve the problem, and we can never sit back and expect miracles to save us. So let us take care of nature so that we can have a better future. So that's all I can say. And once again, thank you for listening. And I'm truly delighted and grateful for your warm welcome. I believe in you, youthful individuals, that through your determination to make a difference, we can achieve our goal of a peaceful, prosperous, and wonderful future. Again, have a great day and God bless us all.
Bravo. Bravo, great Raymond. Wonderful. We cannot protect ourselves unless we protect our nature. We can never sit back and expect miracles to save us. That is amazing. Our great Professor Raymond from the Philippines. I want to say something more. Before a few days, a big summit SDG summit finished, and our great Professor Raymond was every day presenting one goal, all 17 SDGs. It was amazing today. Your presentation on the climate on the climate action, the SDG 13, amazing. And I'm very proud and you and happy. And I think that our students and all here today see and learn a lot from your speech and your presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear Nada. His first time with you. Thank you. Your support is very important to us. Thank you so much. This is your first time, and I want to be your guest. I think also many times. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Great. A big clap. Let us students give a big clap for our great Professor Raymond. Let us give a support.
Thank you so much.
Now, from the Philippines, we are moving to Bangladesh. We have with us an amazing educator, researcher, Professor MD Parvez. Welcome, Professor, welcome.
Am I audible?
Yes, enlighten us today. Our great professor has his independent hub, and he's doing an amazing work for educators, for students all around the globe. Let us give him a big clap before he starts. Welcome, great Professor Parvez.
Thank you so much. And thank you. I just give my gratitude to IIU and also this program, our founder of IIU, Brother Piyush, one of the man of creativity, and the program director, Dr.Inga Kharchilava, and yes, obviously our respected Prof. Nada, you are amazing. And yes, it is a platform of Georgia, and yes, it's the platform of the youth in Europe. So yes, I'm just say one word that thank you. That matloba. I think it's a Georgian language. So I just say yes. So yes, now I just started my this presentation. It is not a presentation. I am just talk with you, dear little angels, because in front of me, all of the angels are here. And yes, some of the time they get bored because what I say always, what the people say always, what the experts say, yes, the SDG 4, SDG goal, and they are become bored. Oh, they are saying the same word, and same word. And then now I just started my point that actor of literature, the word, it is a word, the actor of literature. Where can I find this word? I just found this one from Georgia, that from the 5th May to 28th May, there is a 25th Georgian International Book Festival. So how can I find out that? I found out by searching. So yes, you are the innovator and we are in a global village. Now in my laptop, in my palm top, in my mobile, I'm just finding each and every news all around the world. And you are the European youth. So you understand, you are in a developed country, and now always you are just hear one word, SDGs, the sustainable development. How it is come? Because we just fulfill the MDGs, that is the Millennium Development Goal in 2015. And after that time, you just get this point, the sustainability. Already we are crossing the 8 years of time. So Now, this is the point that after the Millennium Development Goal, you are in a sustainable development goal. Forgot all this about this thing. Forgot about the sustainable development thing. Just remember one thing, to invest in people, to prioritize education. That is the main thing. Why we invest in people? Why it is necessary to prioritize education? Because education is the backbone of a nation. If you are from the Europe, I am from Bangladesh, Mehzabin from Bangladesh, Professor Nada from Croatia, all and each and every citizen just think only one sentence that yes, education is the backbone for the nation. So if it is yes, then yes, we must have to implement this education in the mass people. So how can we implement? We just implement it by doing ourselves. Like in our country, we have different kinds of villages. The urban and the rural people are here. We are not the developed country. We are the least developed country now. We are the developing country. Some of my child even don't know what is called the YouTube, what is called the Facebook. They even know this thing. Even they never use the pump top or laptop or the mobile. They are just using the feature phone. You know what is the feature phone? The button phone. So now it is our task, it is our responsibility to educate them. Otherwise, it's not possible to get a successful nation. Because in our nation, our father of the nation, the Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, always fight for this thing, education. If we are not educatedly, if our backbone is education, that yes, it is necessary to give our education each and every child in our country. So that is the main thing. And now I just added something, that why investing in people. You understand the point? Investing in people. Investing in people mean you invest in education. Prioritize the education, like our child. You are the angel. You are our child. So we invest in your education. Then if we invest in education, if we invest in people, then we can get the education and training capacity in our society. We can get the fostering culture. We can get the socialization. Also, education is the most important pillar for any nation. And yes, if any nation wants to grow stronger and compete in the world, it must have education as its top priority. Otherwise, it's not possible. It's not possible. So why it is important to prioritize your education? Because without prioritized education, it's not possible to get the sustainable development goal. I'm just saying, yes, this is the sustainable development goal. You do this thing, you do that thing. No, it is not possible, because it is our inside us. If I teach each of my students, that is mean that from top to bottom. So in our country, like especially in Bangladesh, we have some private education sector, we have some public education sector. I'm from the tertiary education sector because I am the professor of a university, so it is a tertiary education sector. You are just working in like primary or secondary education sector. So from our country, some of the point I just noticed that not in our country, also in our Asian subcontinent also, that if the private education sector is much expensive from the public education sector. So we give better education in private. So if I give the better education in private sector, then what's about my public sector? So our rural people and our urban people must get the same education in the same track. Otherwise, it's not possible to get the sustainable development goal in education, because the point is here, it is called the mass education. It is the mass education. So it is the main thing. And now, if I'm talking from Bangladesh, because I'm from Bangladesh, I'm just giving view to my country. So in Bangladesh, we are actually successfully meet up the all indicators in a sustainable development goal. In a goal number 4, there are some indicators. So yes, we already completed each of the indicator, and you know what's happened in our country in 1971. At the time of the independence of Bangladesh, we have only 18% of educated people in our country. Now in 2020, in the era of pandemics, we have 72% education sector with educated people in our country. So it is a massive, if you know the two-dimensional graph, like the horizontal axis and the vertical axis, then you can easily understand that how this curve is up rising. I think you just cope up my words, because I'm not get bored to you, because I know when the people, the young generation, you are not concentrate yourself more than 5 minutes or 6 minutes, because it's a that is a in my class, I observed that only 59 seconds a student can concentrate on my lecture. After that, they just thinking, oh, no, it is not possible to concentrate on him. So yes, makes this thing that is called in a activity base. Like I am just adding this thing that sustainable education is good, is important, but also the activity-based learning system is also important. If we are in a bookish, we just read the book, we just read the theory. No, you can't do anything in your life. You must be just combine this thing with the activity-based learning education. So in activity-based learning education, you understand everything. Like I always refer one thing that is called in activity-based learning education, also the Bloom's taxonomy, you must apply in your educational sector. I don't know Georgian or European school are applying this thing or not, but yes, in our country, we just applying nowadays. It's a Bloom education. So Bloom taxonomy. So in the Bloom taxonomy, one point is here that is called psychomotor stage. So in the psychomotor stage, we can do anything. Like if in this platform, if the angel, any of the boys and girls wants to sing, you just sing. Because this is a way you can develop yourself in this world. Who tell you always read? You can do anything. So if you can do anything, but must be honest from your heart, otherwise it's not possible. And always do not anything do that is harmful for the society. So yes, it is my suggestion and it is my request, all of the young generation from the European young generation, you must understand the situation of this world. You must understand the deprived situation of this world. There are different kinds of economical situation around you, like in a inflation, in a stagnation, also in a that is called this kind of situation all around the world. So you must understand this thing. Not only thinking your country is developed country, must think about the developing country. Then you will become a leader. You will become a star. Because if you do anything for the other, then yes, you will get refund from that thing. So thank you so much for inviting me again these kinds of important platform. And yes, thank you the project director Dr.Inga Kharchilava, you are doing a great job. And also IIU brother Piyush, I just give my namaste to you. You are actually the man of creativity. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Great. Amazing, Professor Parvez. Wonderful speech. I think motivational and very inspirative for our youth, for all. And yes, Professor Parvez, we in Europe are using the Bloom's digital taxonomy and the taxonomy of the higher order thinking skills and the lower order thinking skills, because all our outcomes are coming from the Bloom's taxonomy. And yes, what we are using more in the Europe, we are using behind the Bloom's taxonomy, we are using the summer model, the redefinition, modification, augmentation, and the substitution. So We are in Europe following all the high levels, and we are educated, really investing a lot in us, because if we don't invest in us, we cannot invest in our students. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
yes.
so much.
I just add only one word, that yes, if I have opportunity from my side, I am just welcoming each of you to my country to observe the education system, especially the European youth. You just come to our country and observing this thing, and it will be my treat, my organizational treat. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Professor
so much.
Parvez. Okay, I want to say that Professor Parvez, we and the youth will very be happy to visit your country, your independent perception and research hub. So that opportunity is really something that nobody don't need to miss. So be sure that our youth will come and visit you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you so much, dear professor. As always, you are amazing. Thanks a lot for everything. Your support is very important for us, you know, and thank you so much. God bless you. Wonderful, wonderful, great speech. Thanks a lot.
What
Great.
a wonderful start from our great Mejabin Pradhan Faiza from Bangladesh, from our great Nada Ratkovic, from our great Raymond Banzuela, and from our great Professor Dr. MD Shariat Parvez. Now we will come back to our special guest, but now we are moving to Azerbaijan. We are moving to Azerbaijan, where we have a great educator, the country director of IIU Azerbaijan, Shalala Mamadi. Welcome, welcome, dear Shalala. Enlighten us. And yes, your students, I'm sure, will enlighten us today with their great speeches and presentation. Thank you.
Yes, dear.
Good
And
evening.
we also have very great also teachers. Thank you, dear Shalala. Also, you.
Good evening. Good evening,
Yes.
everyone. I'm sending my warmest greetings from Azerbaijan. It's an honor and privilege to welcome all of the youth conference participants here today. We have gathered here to celebrate the ambition and potential of our young people from all walks of life. Our goal is to provide a safe and engaging environment for young people to come together, learn and share their ideas. And here, big thanks and lots of gratitude go to the IIU and its founder, respected Sir Piyush Pandit, IIU Europed, Dr.Inga Kharchilava, our dear Professor Nada Ratkovic, and all the team for all your efforts in organizing such an event. Knowledge is a powerful tool that could be and should be used to make the world a better place. And I hope and I believe that our youth will spread the knowledge that they will have learned from today's event, and they will become more active and more responsible citizens and members of their communities. Today, I have come with a great team of our amazing teachers and students, and I'd like to begin with our teacher, Miss Ayten Maharamova. She will enlighten us about SDGs.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. And my great warmings from Azerbaijan. I greet everyone here, our dear professors, and Dr. Kharchilava, Inga Kharchilava, and dear Professor Nadia Ratkovic, and all the IIU, I think, team, and all the presenters and from all over the countries. And I want to speak. I want to speak about today one of the goals today, and just let me share my screen, please.
Everybody can share,
Okay.
so you don't need to. Nobody needs to ask because everybody can share.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a moment. It's uploading. Just a moment. It's okay. Yes. No, I think. Yes, my name is Ayten Meherramova, and I come from Azerbaijan. I'm a teacher, educator. I teach English, I think, since 2000. Okay. Now we all gathered here to speak and to discuss the SDG goals here together with our youth and our dear guest speakers and everyone. Okay. Now, what are the Sustainable Development Goals? The Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, also known as the Global Goals, were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. The 17 SDGs are integrated. They recognize that action in one area will affect outcomes in others, and that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Countries have committed to prioritize progress for those who are furthest behind. The SDGs are designed to end poverty, hunger, AIDS, and discrimination against women and girls. The creativity, know-how, technology, and financial resources from all of this society is the necessary to achieve the SDGs in every context. Today, I want to talk about SDG goal, life on land. What is sustainable forest management? The stewardship and the use of forests and forest lands in a way and at a rate that maintains their biodiversity, productivity, regeneration capacity, vitality, and their potential to fulfill now and in the future relevant ecological, economic, and social functions at local, national, and global levels, and that doesn't cause damage to other ecosystems, as defined by Forest Europe and adopted by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. Okay, given the importance of forests to the planet, sustainable management is essential to ensure society's demands don't compromise the resource. Sustainable forest management offers a holistic approach to ensure forest activities deliver social, environmental, and economic benefits, balance competing needs, and maintain and enhance forest functions now and in the future. Forest certification is the tool to demonstrate these and to connect the consumer with the sustainable origins of their products. What are the main objectives of sustainable forest management? Sustainable forest management aims to preserve diverse forests by maintaining and enhancing the economic, social, and environmental value of all types of forests for the present and future. This means using these valuable resources sensibly. Sustainable Development Goal SDG 15 aims to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, halt and reverse land degradation and biodiversity loss. The 2030 Agenda sets a number of diverse targets for protecting the planet from degradation. It includes the sustainable management of land and water ecosystems and combating the poaching and trafficking of protected species. Preserving diverse forms of life on land requires targeted efforts to protect, restore, and promote the conservation and sustainable use of terrestrial and other ecosystems. Goal 15 focuses specifically on managing foresting sustainably, halting and reversing land and natural habitat degradation, successfully combating desertification, and stopping biodiversity loss. All these efforts combined aim to ensure that the benefits of land-based ecosystems, including sustainable livelihoods, will be enjoyed for generations to come. A flourishing life on land is the foundation for our life on this planet. We are all part of the planet's ecosystem, and we have caused severe damage to it through deforestation, loss of natural habitats, and land degradation. Promoting the sustainable use of our ecosystems and preserving biodiversity is not a cause. It's the key to our own survival. Terrestrial ecosystems provide a series of goods, raw materials for construction and energy, food, and series of ecosystem services, including the capture of carbon, maintenance of soil quality, provision of habitat for biodiversity, maintenance of water quality, as well as regulation of water flow and erosion control, therefore contributing to reduce the risks of natural disasters such as floods and landslides, regulate climate, and maintain the productivity of agricultural systems. Maintaining those ecosystems greatly support climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts. What is land degradation? Land degradation is caused by multiple forces, including extreme weather conditions, particularly drought. It's also caused by human activities that pollute or degrade the quality of soils and land utility. It negatively affects food production, livelihoods, and the production or provision of other ecosystem goods and services. Desertification is a form of land degradation by which fertile land becomes desert. What are the threats to land integrity? Land degradation has accelerated during the 20th and 21st centuries due to increasing and combined pressures of agricultural and livestock production, overcultivation, overgrazing, forest conversion, urbanization, deforestation, and extreme weather events such as droughts and coastal surges which salinate land. What does land degradation mean for the planet? These social and environmental processes are stressing the world's arable lands and pastures essential for the provision of food and water and quality air. Land degradation and desertification can affect human health through complex pathways. As land is degraded and deserts expand in some places, food production is reduced, water sources dry up, and populations are pressured to move to more hospitable areas. What effect does desertification on human health? The potential impacts of desertification on health include higher threats of malnutrition from reduced food and water supplies, more water and food-borne diseases that result from poor hygiene and lack of clean water, respiratory diseases caused by atmospheric dust from wind erosion and other air pollutants, the spread of infectious diseases as populations migrate. And what to do? Things to do. Don't shop for pets. Visit your local animal center and adopt an animal there. Find a goal, 15 charity you want to support. Any donation, big or small, can make a difference. Recycle paper, glass, plastic, metal, and old electronics. Clean your local parks and forests. Organize your own or join an existing cleanup event to sustain the ecosystem of your local green space. Volunteer with street animal organizations or shelters. Help to sustain diversity and save lives of animal species by volunteering in organizations helping these pets as well as endangered species. And also reduce the use of paper. Avoid printing and substitute it with electronic devices or carriers. Don't buy products tested on animals. Check the labels on the products you buy. Compost. Composting food scraps can reduce climate impact while also recycling nutrients. Don't use pesticides. To protect and sustain the quality of soil, don't use chemicals while growing plants. Stay informed, follow your local news, and stay in touch with the global goals online and go on social media, okay? And then that's all for my presentation. Thanks a lot for everyone. My appreciation to every one of you. Take care and goodbye.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thanks a
Thank you,
lot.
dear teacher.
Thanks a lot.
It was great.
My appreciation. Thank you very much.
You're
I'm
amazing.
honored to be here and to share my knowledge here.
Great. And dear I-10 teacher, I think you can invite your students as well. I think
Yeah.
Tunay is ready.
Yeah. Tonight, welcome, please.
Hello,
Dear.
teacher.
Hello. You can share your screen, dear.
Hi.
Okay. And today my topic is about the partnerships for the goals. Do you see my slide?
Yes, yes. Put in fully.
And okay.
Mhm.
Um,
Okay, you can
Hadi.
continue.
Tunay büyütebilirsen büyüt, alınmırsa ediyor.
Yes, now is good. And slideshow now.
teacher, I can't it.
Okay,
Okay.
yes, go on, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No
Okay.
problem.
And my name is Tunay and I'm sixth grade. And today my topic is about the partnerships for the goals. And I need to begin video. But yeah, this is not open. Okay, I can say with this word. And today is the partnerships. Yeah, strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. The global goals can only be met if we work together. International investments and support is needed to ensure innovative technological development, fair trade, and market access, especially for developing countries. To build a better world, we need to be supportive, empathic, and inventive, passionate, and above all, cooperative. And mobilize resources to improve and domestic revenue collection. Development countries to implement fully their official development assistance commitments, including the commitment by many development countries to achieve the targets of 7% of gross national income for official development assistance to developing countries and percent of to least development countries. ODA providers are encouraged to consider setting a target to provide at least 20% of to least development countries. And target 2, implement an all development assistance commitments, strengthen domestic resource mobilization, including through international support to developing countries to improve domestic capacity for tax and other revenue collection. And now, target 3, mobilize financial resource for developing countries. Mobilize additional financial resources for developing countries from multiple sources. And target 4, assist developing countries in attaining debt sustainability. Assist development countries in attaining long-term debt sustainably through coordinated policies aimed at fostering debt financing, debt relief, and debt restructuring as appropriate and address the external debt of highly indebted poor countries to reduce debt history. And target 5, invest in least development countries. Adopt and implement investment promotion regimes for least development countries. And target 6, knowledge sharing and cooperation for access to science, technology, and innovation. In cast north, south, and triangular, rectangular, and international cooperation on and access to science, technology, and invitation and enhance knowledge sharing on mutually agreed terms, including through improvement, according among existing mechanisms, in particular at the United Nation level, at through global technology calculation mechanism. And now target 7 is promote sustainable technologies to developing countries. Promote the development, transfer, dissemination, and diffusion of environmentally sound technologies to developing countries on favorable terms, including on constitutional and professional terms as mutually agreed. Target 8. Strengthen the science, technology, and invitation capacity for least developed countries. Fully operationalize the technology bank and science, technology, and invitation capacity building mechanism for least developing countries by 2070, and enhance the use of enabling technology, in particular information and communication technology. And target no, yeah, and that's all. Thank you very much for I'll share it, and thank you my teacher Ayten and Shalalan. Goodbye, see you later. The next.
Thanks a lot, dear.
Great, dear.
Thank you for presentation. Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Well done.
She's so young and she tried to encounter all the targets in one presentation.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Thank you. Amazing students.
Yes. And
Thank you.
Ayten teacher, will you introduce your next students?
Okay, yes. My next students are Ayşen and İlahi Gurbanlı, and they will present together. They will present presentation about goals. Please go on, dears.
Ayşe. My name is Ayşe Mamatova. I am 14 years old. I study in high school number 97.
My name is İlahi Kurbanlı. I am 14 years old. I study in high school number 146.
Today we will tell you about life on land. Protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainable manage forests, combat desertification and halt and reverse land degradation and halt biodiversity loss. Our own opinion. Life on land ensures halting deforestation and restoration of degraded forests, halting deforestation and restoration of degraded lands, conservation of biodiversity and nature habitats, protection and restoration of terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems, etc.
Forests cover 40.7% of the Earth's surface and are key to combating climate change, protecting biodiversity and local people's homes, as well as providing food security and shelter. By production, forest wind can also strengthen nature resource management and increase soil porosity contraction. The concentration degradation of dryland has led to the destruction of 3.6 billion hectares, while 13 million hectares of forests are lost every year. Also, up to 15% of the land is now protected, but is still at risk. Deforestation and deforestation caused by human activity and climate change pose mere challenge to sustainable development and have affected the lives and live hands of millions of people in this country fought against poverty.
Thank you for your attention.
Actions.
Thank you, my
Thank you.
teacher.
Thank you,
Thanks a
teacher.
lot. Yes, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diaz.
You, wonderful teacher, wonderful students, as always.
Thank you.
Yes, stage is yours, I know. And as always, Azerbaijan rock.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Inga.
Azerbaijan. Okay, thank you. Big clap, students. I'm really proud of you all. Thanks a lot. And now I call a very wonderful teacher from Georgia and Lela Mikeladze. Can you hear me, dear? Kalbat on Lela. Zadhart armoguidginot თქვენი მოსწავლეების პრეზენტაცია. Welcome.
Hello, my dear. Have a successful meeting. I am Lela Mikeladze. I work at the Georgian American School Progress in Batumi. I would like to introduce my colleagues and students who will share the presentation with us. Have a successful meeting. Thank you, my dear Mrs. Rada, Inga, Nino, and my colleagues. მე მინდა წარმოგიდგინოთ ახლა ჩემი კოლეგები, რომლებიც მზად არიან და მოსწავლეების ჩართვით ორიოდე სიტყვით გადმოგცემთ თუ რაოდენ მნიშვნელოვანია მოსწავლეთა ჩართულობა სასკოლო პროექტებში. ვისურვებ წარმატებებს. მაიკო, დავაზიაროთ პრეზენტაცია.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, welcome.
Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I would like to thank everyone, to those who have organized this interesting session and gave us opportunity to share our work with each and every one of you. Today we represent Georgian American Progress School, and it's me, Maya Kveritidze. I am teaching and coordinating English language arts course at school. And I'm going to share with you one of the units that we developed as a part of the ELA, or English Language Arts curriculum. So the title of the unit is The Power of Artistic Expression. And throughout this unit, the students were able to get familiar and learn about the concepts like theme, purpose, and intertextuality. I will share with you a few of the contents of the units. The purpose of the unit was for students to understand how powerful the art can be, how powerful the words are, and what impact they have on people, on individuals, as well as how they can create change in the world. To achieve this purpose, we kind of researched three major historical events and movements in history. Started with the French Revolution, then civil rights movements, and finally we researched the feminism. Therefore, we had all the material, teaching material related to these three big events in history. We looked at different artistic expressions, starting from poetry, and we looked at the paintings, so we looked at some caricatures as well as videos and stand-up poetry as well. So a spoken word poetry. So here on the slides, you will see some titles. And if you guys are interested in any of this, or maybe further details of the unit, I would be very happy to share with you privately. Ms. Lela will provide you my contact details. So the unit content also included some of the important posters and the images, and the students kind of analyzed the impact these posters or these images, these artistic expressions had on the audience back then, and what kind of change they brought to society, what kind of global or social issues they addressed back then, and whether they were successful or not. They also looked at different stylistic choices each of the creators used while working and creating these expressions. And as a final product of the unit, we had students to create an artistic expression of their own choice. It could be the visual or written text, and through which they had to explore human experience. And their work should have addressed some kind of global or social issue. They were asked to use the expressive language. This make very effective stylistic choices, and to convey their specific message. What is it that they wanted to achieve through this work? So the objective of this task was to demonstrate their understanding of the power of the forms of artistic expressions and how these methods communicate different human experiences and bring about change in society. At the end of the unit, we had some amazing products. And I would like our students to share with you their work and experiences throughout this process of creating their work. So the first one today will be speaking Roham Kishani, grade 12 students. Roham, could you please turn the mic on? And
Hello,
the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to my camera because it seems that nobody can see me. Is that right?
It's all right, but we can hear you, Roham, perfectly well.
All right. Yeah, so firstly, I will introduce myself. I'm Roham Kishani from Iran, but I'm currently living in Batumi, Georgia. Basically, my drawings addresses the climate action and human rights, two important matters from UN Sustainable Development Goals. The picture on the right side was inspired by protests of women in Iran. And with this picture, I'm advocating for women's rights in general around the globe. I'm sure everyone is informed about the protests that happened some months ago because of a young lady who had been killed. Her name was Mahsa Amini. She was killed for a proper hijab. Unfortunately, there is nothing called freedom of speech in my country, Iran. However, people are still fighting for their rights. After the revolution in Iran happened, it is mandatory for the women to wear hijab. Well, in my opinion, if having hijab was not forced, it could be followed by more people. As the famous quote by Christopher Atkins says, by pushing or forcing something upon people, you tend to push people further away. Now I will be talking about the small picture in the middle. As you can see, I draw a clock and a dead animal, which is pointing to the number of species and animals who are getting killed as I speak. Although it's not only about animals, it's about damaging the environment in any case. Well, we are responsible for whatever is happening around the world now. Whatever the humanity is doing to us now is horrible. It will be horrible in the future. Well, we need to take care of the environment and find a better source to provide our needs. Thanks for your attention, and I'm sorry again for my camera. I really don't know what happened.
Thank you, Roham. Thank you so much. Next, we have David Rusia, grade 12 students. David, can you please unmute your mic?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is David. I'm from Georgia, Batumi. And I wanted to speak about one of the most global issues that everyone has to face eventually. And I'm clearing the fact of the good health and well-being, because my artistic expression really telling us about the human journey that we have to face, and everyone have to face in their entire lives. So the theme of my artwork is about mental health and the struggles that our life can be full. So when I was making this project, I was thinking about many aspects of our life. And like we can express and imagine life to being a beautiful place where everything is filled with many challenges. And in our lives, there's a lot of ups and downs, and these struggles shape who we really are as a person. So sometimes we have to face difficulties and sadness and things called depression. But when everything seems dark and everything tries to like drain us and take our energy, it makes us weak. So in that battle between the best and our worst, we have to find our human experience we're trying to chase. And in that artwork, I try to impersonate the feelings we all have and we all struggle in our lives. So basically, it shows that so this struggle basically becomes the perpetual tug of war, and our best tries to tell us about the growth, our personal growth, about love and fulfillment, about ourselves, and whispers about everything good that can happen in our lives. But the other part of ourselves is telling us absolutely different and tries to seek doubt in ourselves, despair, self-destruction, and all of that. So we know that life challenges can come in.
Wait, so sorry.
Yes.
Your მართე რაღაცა ერთ თეატრულსა გაჩერებული თქვენი სლაიდი.
დავითის ფოტოს ხედავთ?
Yes.
ხო, აი ეს უნდა იყოს ერთი სლაიდი აქვს და თავის ნახატს საუბრობს.
Yeah. So yeah, to continue, I want to say that life challenges can come in different forms. For example, dreams breaking, or constant setbacks, or unmet expectations we all face. So these tough moments test our strength, our integrity, our shape of character, and they make us a better human being after all. So to reveal our true spirit. So sometimes they leave us feeling of hurt and lost, but it doesn't mean that we have to face it all always. As you can see in this picture, we can see the struggle of being taken by the demons and struggle of trying to reach to someone and trying to be better as a person. So we know that our mind is more likely to be the exact origin of our troubles and our emotions. So that's why every single struggle we experience most of the time happens in our minds. So this relentless battle between our worst and our worst and our best becomes the embodiment of hope and resilience. So this flame we have in ourselves, we mustn't inflict on others, and it must be extinguished. And by extinguishing it, we can finally have hope. And we have to become the guiding light of our good deeds, and find serenity, and that we will share to humanity. So last thing I wanted to mention is to symbolize all of that, I want to, as you can see in the neck of the head of this painting, there is the snake that eats himself, and it's in literature and in pop culture is known as Ouroboros, and is a very powerful symbol, an ancient symbol that symbolizes the human imagination in different type of cultures, and it represents the our nature in terms of eternal process of destruction and creation. And most of the time it's depicted like a full circle that is eating its own tail, so it's itself. So that's why when the snake becomes a symbol of wholeness and unity, it also becomes symbol of death and rebirth. So the last thing I wanted to say is about the triangles that I have in my painting. So in different cultures, triangles represent balance and harmony, for example, or Trinity, for example, in different religions, same as Christianity, or even unity. But for me, I would like to express them as the form of change and transformation. Because, for example, in chemistry or in alchemy, the change and transformation is basically a symbol of triangle. So the element of fire symbolizes change and transformation. So when it burns, it becomes ashes. So it represents the journey we all have, the personal growth we all have, and trying to become the better person in the end. And to end it all, it's most likely is represented in its it was driven by the philosophy of many different movies and pop culture, same as Star Wars. So there's basically different profound themes, and one of that themes is force and dualism and balance and harmony, destiny and free will, and also redemption and forgiveness. And to forgive ourselves, we must not give us to we mustn't give us like we mustn't give everything to the hate we have in our minds, and to become the symbol of light in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for an interesting presentation. Next, we have Benjamin.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Benjamin Lerner. I'm an 11th grader, and I drew a caricature which has a topic of environmental pollution, and it is related to the UN Sustainable Goal, in this case, climate action. And I want to begin by saying that some people, unfortunately, do not even realize that they pollute Earth because they don't think carefully about what they do. And because of these unreasoned actions, everyone suffers, because we all live on Earth and we all share Earth. And so when Earth is damaged, our ecosystems and everything connected to it, including our lives, get ruined and damaged. And one of the things I used was different coloration between the upper and lower parts of my drawing, as you can see. In the upper part, I used brighter colors to achieve a happier mood. By this, I indicate that unfortunately people sometimes only care about the things which happen in their immediate surroundings, the things which they can see, and don't care about or notice the things which they cannot see, in this case, the life underwater. Next thing is the irony I used in the captions of the conversation between the two people in my caricature, and it is the word we. So basically, I use the word we to indicate that people sometimes think that if only they pollute our Earth, if only they do something bad, then no one else will do it and nothing bad will happen. But they don't understand that people are sometimes very alike, and so they can come up with the same selfish ideas. And lastly, I drew 3 different types of trees. As you can see, there's a palm and other types of trees, which usually grow in different parts of the earth. So I drew that to show that such pollution, unfortunately, occurs everywhere on earth, and everyone is responsible for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Next, I would like to invite Diana. Sorry, Diana.
Hello, my name is Diana and I'm from Georgia. So Today, I'm going to talk about the beauty standards. So when I was asked to do this project, I already knew that I'm going to do about the beauty standards. Like nowadays, there are a lot of celebrities, the social media where everyone showing and setting these beauty standards. Everyone look perfect. They have perfect nose, lips, the body. And nowadays, many women, the girls and others are really struggling because they think that they should fit into these beauty standards. They think they're not enough. They need perfect lips, perfect nose, perfect hair. So they really struggle. They start not eating at all and maybe even doing surgeries to look like them. So with this picture, I want to say all struggle women are going through to fit in standards. And I think and I believe that everyone's perfect and you don't have to be the same. And this what you see when you're opening Instagram, Facebook, or other social media is this illusion, because no one is perfect, no one looks the same. So it's result of tons of Photoshop. So many girls don't have to struggle and go through this because we all are individuals and we differ from each other. And this is amazing thing that we have. We don't have to look the same like others. So with this painting, I want to say to everyone that just think is it worth to struggle to do bad for your mental health when it's just for nothing, because this is illusion and does not exist at all. So that was my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I believe it's a very important matter that you address through your work. Next, I would like to invite Maria, who will introduce her own work as well as her classmates who could not be here with us today.
Yes, hello, am I?
Yeah, we can hear you, Maria.
Thank you. So yes, my name is Maria Zafarabadi. I'm 17 years old, a grade 12 student, just graduated. And I will also be presenting my friend's work, Ala Zamani, also grade 12, also 17. So first of all, I want to speak about my experience in this unit. Well, our experience, I'll say my classes. Miss Maya's lesson was our first, let's say, formal introduction to literature at our school. And the unit we had, see, the power of expression, really showed us how literature and human works, whether it is, art or poetry or any other human expression, can not only affect individuals on let's say the small scale, this is what I feel, these are my emotions, but actually enact social change, shape human events that later bring about cultural and social changes and raise awareness on many different themes, even, civil rights. Which is why I'm from Iran, as is my friend Ala Zamani. We decided to, as women, we feel connected to what is happening in Iran, and as Iranians, that female rights are not respected and we're witnessing female oppression. And we believe that we need to raise awareness about this issue. And so I want to talk about my friend's work first, her artwork. Basically, this is a woman fighter. And as we know, at the forefront of social change in Iran, whether it is female rights or any other civil rights that unfortunately we don't have yet, females are the forefront of this, women, they are fighting. And this is what she showed in her artwork, that we need to respect these women that go out on the streets. And this is her form of raising awareness, people fighting for freedom. My form of expression chosen was a stand-up poetry piece that I performed. And my purpose, of course, the theme is the same, female oppression and women's rights. But what I wanted to show was no one can stay idly by the side looking at this oppression going on. As people, we need to feel connected to these stories. We need to do something about them. And we shouldn't feel, let's say, indifferent. And that was basically what my poem is about. And I would actually like to read it right now, since I have it here.
Yeah.
Right. So my poem is called A Newly Bald Girl. My cousin once let me tag along to roam the streets of her Shiraz. I won't say our. I wasn't there when it mattered. Still, that night she said, come, let's see what our block thinks of a newly bald girl. I grabbed my scarf, but she did not. She had shaved her head for a reason. But after diving into back alleys, escaping the behavior police, meeting condescending sneers of men, ridiculing a girl's small attempt at retaliation, the only thing I could say was, well, I thought you looked like a boy. Now I wonder, thinking of that insignificant scuffle, did the men with the streets, the behavior police, expect a war on the same street? I wasn't there to witness their faces twist into enraged disbelief, their eyes reflecting the fire in the streets and the fire of those marching. I did not march. Instead, I listened as my friend recalled how her father vowed to hurt her, serve her horrifying retribution for the crime of liking some guy. Fathers, they protect their daughters, but not from themselves. And sometimes, when I raise my voice, look my father in the eye, I see just how dependent I am on someone who might never understand me, someone who flares up when I cry. He requires constant caution, constant compromise. I sit on the staircase fuming, there on the streets. I pull out my phone and see another dead girl. My breath catches in my throat. She looks exactly like my cousin. God, I can't calm down. I call. And she's all right. Just expelled from uni, but all right. Just received a call from the police, chased down the street, tear gas makes it hard to breathe. She says that. And despite myself, I picture the 5th grade. Girls sneaking glances at the boys, whispering hellos, giddy with defiance. That risk was just ours. And the teachers would fix us with such looks of hate, such looks of disdain. A boy said a word, a girl got expelled. I finished the call once again, detached on my staircase, out of the loop. Pain, that's more dull, a faint pulsation, nothing compared to the beating of batons, a bullet piercing skin. The day my cousin shaved her head, I had long hair, a pretty fringe. It hasn't all come off yet, but I think I'm getting there. So this was what I wrote. And my point, let's say my goal with this poem was trying to intertwine many different stories of women and what happened to them. And that these instances of, misogyny are all connected. And that it is, as humans, we cannot be disconnected from what is happening in other countries with other humans. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for sharing your beautiful poetry. And last but not least, today we have Katie.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Well, I'm Katie Podgaradze from grade 12. And to start, this is my artwork, the name of which is The Age of 17, and it addresses the UN Sustainability Goal number 3. At first, when the teacher asked us to express our issue around us or our issue, I was quite confused at first. I didn't know what to write about or draw about or create. I didn't know what to do, but then I noticed the new graduates of our school and the fear in their eyes, and at some point I felt that fear of what would come in the future. What would I decide, and what would be the right decision for me? And I realized that, as you can see, these two teenagers, we are all, us, we are in the highway to our future, but we do not know which road to take, which is because at the bottom we can see the traps, life traps. We don't know, we might get caught, and we have really good access to what other people say, what other people think about our future. Everyone has an idea. Like, some might want to tell you need to be a lawyer, someone might tell you that you need to go with journalism, and you might just be like, what do I want? Their ideas and what they think somehow block our access to what we think. As you can see, I use chain and the lock to express how it locks us from all this. And I think that this is something that might cause people confusion and at some point depression. And this is why I think this is important for our health, our mental health. And in my opinion, we need to be teens. I'm a teenager. We need to be able to identify what we want to do without being confused by other people's opinions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you so much. Well, I would say that was all. That is all from us. I believe you can agree with us that art and artistic form of expressions, different form of expressions, can be the best way, the most peaceful way to raise awareness about global or social issues around us that we face. Maybe we, or maybe not we, but some other people. But this is something that helps create empathy and develop empathy towards each other and creates change globally. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Jaba Shainidze from Literature to Science. Thank you, Jaba. There we go.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here. And I would like to speak about one of the main problems in sciences. When we, as a teachers, teach science, is it like chemistry, biology, physics, or general science in lower grades, we encounter a big problem. Our subjects are related to the practical material of the universe, and most times we deal with topics which are hard to show on during the lessons, and so on. So I would like to share my screen now and show you. Is anyone sharing the screen? I think you can see it now.
Not yet.
Well,
I think someone else is sharing.
Well, can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
You can stop share and share again.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you can see. So, I teach at Georgian American School Progress. I'm a physics and science teacher, and now I would like to show you the laboratory work that is necessary on science lessons in general. And I think after listening to previous presenters, I can clearly say that these topics are directly connected to development goals of United Nations, because without science we cannot have food for everyone, we cannot have healthcare for everyone, and so on. So without teaching students normal...
My dear, so sorry, but we cannot see your presentation. Please stop share and try again, please.
Sure.
Shall I try, Jaba?
Yeah, if you can.
Okay.
Let's stop share.
Hold on.
Someone is already sharing the screen, that's why.
I just did Java.
Yeah,
Can
I
you
see it now.
Okay, I will help you. Just let me know when I need to move this.
So, second slide, thank you. So, why should we use a lot of practical and laboratory lessons during laboratory work during our lessons? First, it's engaging. Like usually when we speak about hard topics, students are lazy, they don't want to interact, and so on. So this way, when we do lessons in laboratory and we use a lot of equipment, there students want to take part in the process, and the lesson is more interesting for them. And on the picture here, you see one of my lessons where I showed some experiment on the lesson, which material, of course, allowed this, because of course we cannot do experiments on every single topic. But in this case, I material allowed it, and so we did some experiment. Students performed experiments themselves, and as students here can say, it was quite interesting for them. Next slide, please. So
But
now, how can we do this?
We cannot see slide. Please stop share 1 minute. Stop share.
It's because 3 people are sharing at the same time, so you have to just.
You can
change
choose
this
the
one.
screen in
Yeah.
view options. You can choose between different screens.
View options, please. Click on
Yeah,
that
2
one.
people are
View
sharing their
options,
screen
you
at the
can
same
click
time.
on the
Yes.
screen of Java.
It's because I know it's very interesting. We cannot see.
Maybe everyone should
Okay,
stop sharing.
can we all stop sharing the screen and Java will try again?
Please stop share. I cannot. Why share? Please stop share.
We have Nia Mimi sharing the screen. Well, Java can share the screen, and from view options, we can choose Java.
Yes.
თორთ რომ მოხსნათ გაზიარება ვისაც აქვს ძალიან.
აქ რადა დაიწერა და აბა ქალბატონ რადას ხომ არ აქვს გაზიარებული?
ეხლა აღარ აქვთ მგონი?
არა, ისევ არის.
ახლა მოვაყარეთ, ახლა.
მე მგონი ქალბატონ რადას ქონდა გაზიარებული, აბა თუ არის რომ მოხსნას ხო მე ჯავამ გააზიაროს.
აი, მოვაშორეთ. Okay.
Okay, so
yes.
Okay.
Great.
Go ahead
So
now.
I was
Yes,
thinking
great,
about
great.
this lesson where students were engaging the lesson process because they were practically doing the process that I explained to them theoretically. But how can we do this? First of all, to do such lessons, we need a lot of equipment. Sometimes it's expensive especially for public schools, which do not have maybe enough funding and so on. They depend on government, and there are a lot of problems to discuss. But in general, equipment which is required to perform a normal laboratory lesson, which will be more interesting for students than the typical science or physics or chemistry lesson, where teacher just explains lesson in theory, maybe shows the presentation, and basically that's the whole lesson. But when you do the same process using equipment, that example of this equipment you see here, lesson becomes 10 or 20 times more interesting for students. Like comparing laboratory lesson with a normal lesson is almost not possible because the first one is much better than the second one. But so in some cases, when material or the resources do not allow us to perform real-life experiments, another best option for this is, well, here you see another cases where students engage in laboratory activities in different laboratories, and the option where you do not have access with real material is when to use online laboratories, which gladly we have a lot in internet. So here you see different websites which provide free, completely free experience for students and teachers to engage in science lessons. Different websites here, and trust me, it's not all of the resources that students can use and also teachers can use. They allow to perform experiments that students usually need to perform at home or at the school. Plus, this because it's done in a virtual world, there can be experiments which are impossible to perform in a classroom because first they are dangerous. like in chemical experiments case, or they are impossible to see with a naked eye, like electron and proton interaction. We cannot see it no matter how good laboratory we have. That's why in some cases virtual laboratories are the best and maybe the only option. And of course, we have general laboratories here, as you see on the last picture. We have like simple measurement of density of the cube using water and scales. Of course, this experiment better be done in the real world with real scale and so on. But if that's not possible, the simulation here allows us to do it easily. And the last, I want to summarize my presentation that laboratory lessons are increasing interest in students toward the sciences like chemistry, biology, and physics. And of course, when students are finishing school with enough knowledge in science, they are able to work in future in scientific fields and make discoveries which will benefit humanity on a bigger scale. And lastly, I would finish my presentation with one project performed by students. Like students did this project themselves. One of the students which presented here did it, participated in the making process, and they had a lot of fun. And after this, we finished the project. They were able to understand, I think, the waves in this case better. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Alela Masalbo Mochitren. Thank you,
Yeah.
everyone.
Thank you very much, dear. Dzirphasi madloba, ჩემს კოლეგებს, მოსწავლეებს. I am საღამოს გალამაზებისთვის და მომავალ წარმატებებს ვუსურვებ ყველას. Thank you very much.
Madloba.
Thank you very much. I'm amazed how organized and very interesting presentation you presented to us. Many thanks to teacher Lila for presenting amazing young people. This project show us once again how important it is because we get to know the news at every conference, and your presentation completely surprised us today. It was the first time I saw such a creative presentation and I'm impressed. I hope we will join us again in this unique project. Okay, once again, thank you very much.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა, ასევე როგორც ელენემ აღნიშნა, გაოცებული ვართ ჩვენს, ძალიან დიდ მადლობას გიხდით გალბატონო ლელა, ამ საოცარი ახალგაზრდების გაცნობისთვის. აღფრთოვანებული ვარ, უცებ გასულიყავი შემოვედი, ნახატი ვნახე, მეგონა ერთ ადგილას იყო და მე რომ მოусმინე თურმე როგორ საინტერესო და რა საოცარი პრეზენტაცია ყოფილა. აღფრთოვანებული ვარ, დიდი მადლობა. და როგორც აღნიშნა ჩვენმა მოდერატორმა გელოდებით უკვე რა თქმა უნდა მომავალ კონფერენციებშიც წარმატებებს გისურვებთ.
უღრმესი მადლობა, უღრმესი.
Now I would like time to introduce the next teacher, Miss Nana Varnanze. IIU stage is yours.
ჩვენი გალბატონო ნანა გესმით ჩვენი?
მესმის, მოგესალმებით.
So welcome.
მოგესალმებით, მე წარმოვადგენ ბათუმი, კერძოდ ხელვაჩაურის რაიონის ერგეს-საჯარო სკოლის ბიოლოგიის მასწავლებელი ვარ. დღეს ჩემი მოსწავლეები წარმოვადგენ ერთ-ერთი პროექტის ჩვენი ნაკვალევს გამოიტანებენ და პრეზენტაციას. სკოლაში გვაქვს ეკო-კლუბი, რომლის ფარგლებშიც განახორციელებთ პროექტი ჩვენი ნაკვალევი, სადაც გაერთიანებული არის სხვადასხვა კლასის მოსწავლე და უფროს კლასელები, გრადი განვითარების სხვადასხვა მიმართულებით, შესაბამისად კომპეტენციების ამაღლებას ხელს უწყობს უმცროს კლასელთა შორის, ანუ მოსწავლეებს შორის. შესაბამისად ჩვენს პროექტს წარმოადგენს მოსწავლეთა ჯგუფი და პირველ რიგში მადლობა მინდა გადავუხადო ბატონ კახაბერს იმ შესაძლებლობისთვის, რომ მოგცა ჩვენ გაგვეზიარებინა სხვისთვის გამოცდილება და ასევე გაგვეზიარებინა ჩვენ სხვისი გამოცდილება. ანუ ჩემი მოსწავლეებისთვის ეს სასწავლო პროექტი ძალიან დიდი გამოცდილება, მე მათ ვუსურვებ წარმატებებს და გავაზიარებ ახლა პრეზენტაციას, რომელიც წინაშე გავაზიარებ აბა ბავშვებო
ხმა ჩართეთ თუ შეიძლება ყველას გამოვუხდეთ ხმა და ეხლა თქვენ შეგიძლიათ ჩართოთ ბატონო ნანო ხმა შეგიძლიათ ჩართოთ ეხლა აი კი ბატონო
ანუ მოგესალმებით ჩემი ხმა არ გესმოდათ
კი გვესმოდა წამიერად გამოვხდეთ ვინაიდან და რადგანაც გვიშლიდნენ
კარგი არის საიდან გამოვხდეთ თუმცა მე ვუსურვებ ჩემს ბავშვებს წარმატებებს წარმოგიდგენთ ჩვენს პროექტს რომელიც განვახორციელებთ შესაბამისად დანარჩენზე ილაპარაკებენ ბავშვები ხო მე პრეზენტაციას გავაზიარებ ახლა გავაზიარებ პრეზენტაციას გესმით ჩემი თითო გესმის
დიახ
დავიწყეთ აბა გისმეთ თითო და წარმატებები
Hello, I am Tianjin Zhangze, the student of the Eco Club of Ergis Public Schools. Supervision is a leading biology teacher, Nana Wardwanze. The project or footprint. We choose the name because the seniors teach juniors how to care about the environment.
უკაცრავად რაღაც უჭერს რომ გადავიყვანო და ერთი წამით
გადავიდეთ.
თიკო გისმეთ გააგრძელეთ ბოდიში რაღაც შეფერხდა გადაყვანა სლაიდის. თიკო გესმის?
There. We choose the name of because the seniors teach juniors how to care about the environment.
Yeah, გისმენთ. თიკო გააგრძელეთ.
Goals of the project. Raising awareness about sustainable development goals. Raising environmental literacy in school. Tasks of the project. Study of biodiversity in Batumi Botanical Garden. Air pollution quality research using a virtual laboratory. Learn to manage the risk of natural disasters. Making necessary resources from second-hand items. Conducting various activities from junior high school students in order to raise environmental literacy, environmental cleaning campaigns. Sustainable development. The sustainable development goals are a set of internal cooperation goals that replace the Millennium Development Goals at the end of 2015. The UN Sustainable Development Goals include 70 key goals related to sustainable development and biodiversity. The goal is to lead the world to a better and more sustainable future.
Sustainable.
მოგიდა რაღაც ხმა ძალიან ცუდად.
Sustainable development. This is a system of community development which is taking into account the interest of economic development and environmental protection of society, ensures humans' well-being, increasing the quality of life, Georgia belongs to the number of states that expressed their readiness in 2015, along with the adoption of the UN resolution on sustainable development goals about its implementation at the national levels, which should be achieved by 2030. What is the importance of preserving biodiversity for sustainable development? Biodiversity represents the unit of the different ecosystems, the species of living organisms in the ecosystem, and the genes of these species with which humans' well-being is closely related. Biodiversity is associated only with protected areas, which is wrong. Even managed systems, be it plant farms, farms, aquaculture sites, beaches, or even urban parks and city ecosystems have their own biodiversity.
Of biodiversity, nature responded to all the important change facing humans. It cleans the cleans the water with discipline and
თეკლე ცოტა ხმარის
Importance of biodiversity, nature responded to all the important changes facing humans. It cleans the air we breathe, cleans the water we drink, and produces the types of food we need to live healthy lives and fight disease. Nature helps reduce the impact of climate change by sequestering carbon and reducing air pollution. The benefits of nature through controls way all if this can't by so if biodiversity does not exist. Man is also a connected part of this nature chain. When one component of this chain changes, the presence of another component also changes. Therefore, it is necessary that this change is not broken and nature connects to punish all in our favor.
Elene.
Criteria of ecoregions based on specific criteria. The world wildlife fund has identified ecoregions worldwide, including the Caucasus, specifically Georgia. These are the criteria: taxonomic uniqueness, the level of endemism, diversity of species, evolutionary processes, and peculiarity.
Elene.
Peculiarities of historical development of flora and fauna, diversity and rarity of vegetation types at the global level.
Biodiversity of Georgia. Georgia is one of the richest in terms of florist among countries with a subtropical climate. Our country is one of the center of breeding and diversity of cultural plants. Many excellent varieties of wines, fruit trees, and others were formed here. The Ontario pathogen fund of Georgia in a living moment of the country's nature and cultural heritage, the study, protecting and restoration of which is of whom importance. Dangers, degradation, destruction of habits, over extraction of resources, spread of alien space, and environmental pollution are the main threats affecting biodiversity both around the world and in our country. We when destroy biodiversity, we destroy the system that helped to keep human life healthy. The more diversity ecosystem are, the more difficulties for pathogens to reduce in the environment. Human activities include forest exploration, hunting, wildlife inhabits, intensification of agriculture, and acceleration of climate change have to upset the balance of nature. Every year, people occupy millions of hectares of land, which ultimately result in a and faked described in forest cover. Ecosystems are destroyed are a result of which many living organisms die. In the end, the destruction of forest means the reducing of biodiversity because 80% of terrestrial biodiversity is in forest.
Please continue.
Why is important in the conversation of Georgian biodiversity? Due to the diversity of species and habits, the high level of enemies, and the spread of ecosystem of global importance, the territory of Georgia included in the list of priorities for national protection. Biodiversity is our national capital, the preservation of which for future generations is an integral part of the country's sustainable development process. Preservation of biodiversity is also important for the development of courses in our countries. 170 species of plants and 43 animals are identified as endangered species of flora and fauna in the countries which are in danger of extinction. The mentioned species will be included in the red list of Georgia. Batumi Botanical Garden. In order to study the biodiversity more closely, we visited the Batumi Botanical Gardens, where there is 3 herbariums, collected forest savers. There are 9 florist sections created according to the landscape geographical principle. Humus host tropic of Australia, New Zealand, Himalaya, and also East Asia, North America, South Africa, Mexico, and other countries. The collection of plants maintains more than 5,000 special varieties, forms, and varieties.
We visit Batumi's botanical garden and study the biodiversity more closely.
Result, we researched for information about Georgian biodiversity and understand its importance. We visited Batumi's botanical garden to study biodiversity. We planned and conquered research on the quality of air pollution using a virtual laboratory and discussed a way to reduce environment pollution. We learned to manage the risk of national disaster. We made different types of research from second-hand items. We conquered various environment activities for junior high school students in order to raise environment literacy, raise awareness of the sustainable development goals. I'm happy to be here because it's important for me to listen amazing people. Thank you, attention.
We care about reducing the risk of natural disaster. We do various fun activities, prepare, foster, and introduce students to the rules of behavior in case of various disaster: fire, flood, landslides, wind, and avalanche. We making necessary resources from second-hand items. And also concluding various activities for junior high school students in order to raise environmental literacy. We are about the environment. Result: we researched for information about Georgia biodiversity and understood its importance. We visited Batumi Botanical Garden to study biodiversity. We planned and conducted the search of the quality of air pollution using a virtual laboratory and bicycle ways to reduce environment pollution. We learned to manage the risk of natural disaster. We made different types of resources from second-hand items. We conducted various environmental activities for junior high school students in order to raise environment literacy, raise awareness of sustainable development goals, and so on. I'm so happy because I'm here and listening to amazing people, and thank you for your attention.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ჩემს ბავშვებს ცოტათი ალბათ ნერვიულობდნენ თუმცა ონლაინ სისტემა არის და არ ვაშავს ხო ძალიან დიდი მადლობა
საოცარი პრეზენტაცია წარადგინეს ქალბატონო ნანა ზუსტად აი ამიტომ ვართ რომ ესე შეუწყოთ ხელი ადაპტაცია შეიძლება პირველად არის საზოგადოების წინაშე და ჩვენც დავებდეთ პრინციპში არაფერიც არ ყოფილა ეს რა თქმა უნდა ონლაინ სივრცეა ამიტომ ყველაფრისთვის უნდა ვიყოთ მზად დიდი მადლობა ახალგაზრდებო საოცარი პრეზენტაციის წარდგენისთვის გილოცავთ ამ წარმატებას დიდი მადლობა თქვენს მასწავლებელს
დიდი მადლობა თქვენ ამ შესაძლებლობისთვის ნამდვილად ჩვენი ნაკვალევი იმიტომ ერქვა რომ უფროსებს არ ქონდათ ამის კომპლექსები თუმცა იყვნენ უმცროსკლასელები რომელთათვისაც ეს პლატფორმა საერთაშორისო თან იყო პირველი ასე რომ ვისთვისაც პირველი იყო ცოტას ნერვიულობდა მაგრამ ვილოცავ ძალიან კარგად წარმართეს პრეზენტაცია და წარმოადგინეს თქვენს წინაშე მადლობთ გისურვებთ წარმატებებს
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. Also, I want to thank you very much, Teacher Nana. It was a great presentation, really. Keep up the good work. Okay, now I want to invite it Miss Tamar Chashwedi. Welcome, dear.
დამიდასტურეთ რომ გაზიარდება თუ შეიძლება
ჯერ გაზიარებ აი ნანელა გაზიარებ ჩანს გაზიარებ
დიახ, კიდევ ერთხელ მოგესალმებით. მე გახლავართ ვახტანგ ზერიშვილის სახელობის ქალაქ თბილისის. უკაცრავად ეს გადადის და გავაჩერებ. ასე რომ იყოს თუ შეიძლება?
დიახ, არ არის პრობლემა.
დიახ. გახლავართ ვახტანგ ზერიშვილის სახელობის ქალაქ თბილისის ნომერ 73 საჯარო სკოლის დაწყებითი კლასის პედაგოგი. და პირველ რიგში უღრმესი მადლობა მინდა გადაგიხადოთ ქალბატონო ინგა და თქვენ ყველა ორგანიზატორს, ვინც საშუალებას გვაძლევთ ქართველ მასწავლებლებს, რომ ჩვენი გამოცდილება გავაზიაროთ საერთაშორისო დონეზე და ასევე სხვისი გამოცდილებაც გავიზიაროთ, რათა შემდგომ ჩვენს პრაქტიკაში დავნერგოთ. ჩემი პრეზენტაცია გახლავთ მდგრადად განვითარებული სკოლა ამ თემაზე და ისევე როგორც მთელი მსოფლიო, ჩვენი სკოლაც არ არის გამონაკლისი და ჩართული არის მდგრადი განვითარების მიზნების, ასე ვთქვათ, დანერგვაზე. და როგორც უკვე ცნობილია, მდგრადი განვითარება არის საზოგადოების განვითარების სისტემა, რომელიც საზოგადოების ეკონომიკური განვითარების და გარემოს დაცვის ინტერესების გათვალისწინებით უზრუნველყოფს ადამიანის კეთილდღეობას, ცხოვრების დონის ხარისხის ზრდას და მომავალი თაობების უფლებას ისარგებლონ შექცევადი, რაოდენობრივი და ხარისხობრივი ცვლილებებისგან მაქსიმალურად დაცული ბუნებრივი რესურსებითა და გარემოთი. ბრუტლანდის ანგარიშია მოცემული მიღებული განმარტება, რომ მდგრადი განვითარება ეს არის განვითარების ისეთი პროცესი, რომელიც უზრუნველყოფს აწყოს მოთხოვნილებებს ისე, რომ არ შეიზღუდოს მომავალი თაობის შესაძლებლობა თავისი მოთხოვნილებების დასაკმაყოფილებლად. და მოვიშველებ ანტუან დე სენტ-ეგზიუპერის სიტყვებს, რომელიც ძალიან მიყვარს, ჩვენ არ გვერგო დედამიწა წინაპრებისგან, არამედ ვისესხედის ჩვენი შვილებისგან და ვალდებულები ვართ, რომ გავუფრთხილდეთ მას. 2015 წლის 25 სექტემბერს გაეროს 193 წევრი ქვეყანა შეთანხმდა მდგრადი განვითარების დღის წესრიგზე, ჩვენი სამყაროს გარდაქმნა, რომელიც 2030 წლის დღის წესრიგი მდგრადი განვითარებისთვის არის. ეს დღის წესრიგი მოიცავს 17 მიზანს, 169 ამოცანას და ახალი მიზნები ორიენტირებულნი არიან მდგრადი განვითარების სამ სფეროზე. ეს არის ეკონომიკური ზრდა, სოციალური ინკლუზია და გარემოს დაცვა. ისევე როგორც მსოფლიოს ყველა ორგანიზაცია და დაწესებულება, ჩვენი სკოლაც აქტიურად ჩაერთო მდგრადი განვითარების მიზნების განხორციელებაში. სწორედ ამიტომ სკოლას ჩამოვაყალიბეთ ეკოკლუბი დედამიწის კვალ და კვალ, რომლის მიზანიც გახლავთ მოსწავლეებში მდგრადი განვითარების მიზნების შესახებ ცნობიერების ამაღლება, გარემოს დაცვითი პროექტების დაგეგმა და განხორციელება და მოსწავლეებში საათემო კომუნიკაციის უნარების განვითარება, ასევე სასკოლო საზოგადოების ჩართვა გარემოს დაცვით აქტივობებში. საზოგადოებაში მოიაზრება როგორც მშობელი, მასწავლებელი და მოსწავლე. გავწერეთ სამოქმედო გეგმა და დავიწყეთ გეგმის განხორციელება. აქვე დავამატებ, რომ ჩვენი ეკოკლუბი არის ნიკო კეცხოველის სასკოლო კონკურსის მონაწილე და ჩვენი აქტივობები დავიწყეთ შესაბამისად, დავამზადეთ სხვადასხვა ფერის ყუთები, სხვადასხვა ნარჩენების დასახარისხებლად, მწვანე ყუთები მაკულატურისთვის, წითელი, ლურჯი და ყვითელი ყუთები სხვადასხვა შემცველობის ნივთების დასახარისხებლად და განვათავსეთ სკოლის ტერიტორიაზე, დერეფნებში, საკლასო ოთახებში და ასე შემდეგ. შემდეგი აქტივობა გახლდათ შეგროვილი, ერთ-ერთი შეგროვილი ნარჩენის ჩაბარება, ეს იყო პლასმასის ბოთლები და აქ ნახავთ სურათზეც, რამხელა ჩანთებით არის მიტანილი, საკმაო რაოდენობის მოგვიგროვდა, ჩართული იყვნენ როგორც მოსწავლეები, მშობლები და მასწავლებლები ამ შეგროვებაში და ვესტუმრეთ ნარჩენების მიღების და სეპარირების ბაზას, რომელიც ძალიან საინტერესო იყო ჩვენი მოსწავლეებისთვის, ვიხილეთ დანადგარები, მანქანები, რომლებიც უზრუნველყოფდა უშუალოდ ამ ნარჩენების დაპრესვას, აქ პარალელურად ვიდეოსაც გაჩვენებთ და იყო ძალიან საინტერესო, აქ იპრესება როგორც პლასმასის ბოთლები, ასევე კარდონის ყუთები, ქაღალდი, სხვადასხვა თუნუქის ქილები და ასე შემდეგ და ემზადება ეს დაპრესილი მასალა საზღვარგარეთ იმპორტისთვის, რათა გადამუშავდეს და სხვადასხვა ნარჩენები, რომლებსაც ამუშავებს საქართველო, რა თქმა უნდა, საქართველოში რჩება და გადამუშავდება მეორადად. შემდეგი აქტივობა გახლავთ პროექტი, რომელიც არის ქაღალდის შექმნა და გამოყენება. აღნიშნული პროექტი დაგვაგეგმინა ერთმა გარემოებამ, მოგეხსენებათ, რომ სკოლო სივრცეში განსაკუთრებით დიდი ოდენობის ქაღალდი არის მოხმარებაში და მოსწავლეებს შევატყეთ, რომ არამდგრადად მოიხმარდნენ მას. ყოველდღიურად უამრავი ქაღალდი გადიოდა საკლასო ოთახებიდან და ჩვენი პროექტის კავშირი მდგრად განვითარების მიზნებთან გახლავთ მე-12 და მე-13 მიზანთან და კონკრეტულად მიზანი არის ქაღალდის არამდგრადი მოხმარების შემცირება, მისი მდგრადი მოხმარებისა და წარმოების საჭიროების შესახებ ცნობიერების ამაღლების მიზნით. გავწერეთ ასევე ამოცანები, მოსწავლეებში ცნობიერების ამაღლება ქაღალდის წარმოებისა და არამდგრადი მოხმარების შესახებ, თუ რა ზიანი ადგება ტყის მასივებს, ტყის ბინადრებს დედამიწაზე. ასევე ქაღალდის წარმოება, მეორადად გადამუშავებით და გამოყენება და საინფორმაციო ბუკლეტების დამზადება და სასკოლო სივრცეში გავრცელება ქაღალდის მდგრადი მოხმარებისა და მეორადად გადამუშავების შესახებ ცნობიერების ამაღლების მიზნით. როგორც უკვე გითხარით, მოსწავლეებს შეუნიშნეთ, რომ მოიხმარდნენ არამდგრადად და გაგუწვდა გონივრული ეჭვი, რომ მათ არ ჰქონდათ შესაბამისი ინფორმაცია იმის შესახებ, თუ როგორ მზადდებოდა ქაღალდი და რისგან მივიღებდით მას. ამიტომაც მოსწავლეებს წარუდგინეთ ილუსტრაციები, თქვათ ჯამთელი ტყე და გაჩეხილი ტყე და ინტერაქციული გაკვეთილი ჩავატარეთ, თუ რას ხედავდნენ ფოტოებზე, რა სარგებელი მოაქვს ხეებს და ცხოველებისთვის, ასევე ადამიანებისთვის, რატომ ჭრიან ხეებს, რაში გამოიყენება მიღებული მასალა და ასე შემდეგ. შემდეგი აქტივობა
ერთი წუთი ხმას გამოვთავ ქალბატონო თამარ და ჩართეთ მათგანში. აი ჩართეთ ახლა თქვენი ხმა და გაგწევთ. ძალიან გთხოვთ. ყურადღებით იყავით. დიახ, შემდეგი აქტივობა გახლდათ ვიდეოს ჩვენება. ძალიან საინტერესო ვიდეო ვაჩვენეთ ჩვენს მოსწავლეებს და კიდევ ერთხელ თვალსაჩინოდ ნახეს, თუ რა მხელა ტვირთი არის ადამიანი დედამიწისთვის, იმ შემთხვევაში თუ ის მხოლოდ მოიხმარს მას და მხოლოდ მისგან ეძებს სარგებელს და ასევე არ გასცემს მისთვის რაღაცა სიკეთეს და არ ეხმარება მას, ასე ვთქვათ, გადარჩენაში. და მინდა გითხრათ, რომ ძალიან დიდი შთაბეჭდილება მოახდინა მოსწავლეებზე აი ამ ვიდეომ და სხვა თვალით დაანახა ბავშვებს დედამიწა და ასევე უფრო გაუღლვა სურვილი, რომ მათზე იზრუნონ და ამ ვიდეოს შემდეგ მოსწავლეებმა საკუთარი დამოკიდებულებები გამოხატეს ნახატების მეშვეობით, წარმოადგინეს და წარმოაჩინეს როგორც დაზიანებული გარემო, ასევე დაბინძურებული დაზიანებული გარემო და ასევე ჯანსაღი გარემო, ასევე ჰქონდა შეთავაზებული დავალებები, რომ მიეწერათ წერილი სასურველი ადამიანისთვის, ეს იქნებოდა მეგობარი თუ სხვა ნებისმიერი პერსონაჟი და ერჩიათ მისთვის, თუ როგორ შეიძლებოდა და რატომ უნდა დაეცვათ ბუნება და როგორ დახმარებოდნენ ბუნებას. ასევე ჰქონდა ძალიან საინტერესო კომპლექსური დავალებები, რომელმაც საშუალება მისცა ბავშვებს, რომ მხოლოდ ადამიანის კუთხიდან არ შეეფასებინა დედამიწის სარგებელი და ასევე ტყის საფარის მნიშვნელობა. მათ შეძლეს, რომ ფრინველების პერსონაჟების კუთხითაც დაენახათ, რამდენად მნიშვნელოვანია ტყის საფარი მათთვის, რომ მათთვის ბუნებრივი და საცხოვრებელი გარემოა და ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია მათთვის და შემდეგ უკვე გადავედით პრაქტიკულ აქტივობაზე პროექტის დასასრულისკენ მივდიოდით, როდესაც შეგროვებული მაკულატურით გადავწყვიტეთ უშუალოდ კლასაკლასო ოთახებში დაგვემზადებინა ქაღალდი და მოსწავლეებს ვაჩვენეთ რამდენიმე ვიდეო, რომელიც მოიცავდა ინფორმაციას, თუ რა გზას გადის ქაღალდი ქარხნულად დამუშავებამდე და მეორე ვიდეო კი ასე ვთქვათ, შეეხებოდა იმას, რომ საკლასო ოთახში, სახლის პირობებში როგორ შეიძლებოდა ქაღალდის დამუშავება და დამზადება და შემდეგ უკვე გადავწყვიტეთ პრაქტიკულად გაგვეკეთებინა ანალოგიური მოგროვებული მაკულატურა დავაქუცმაცეთ, საკლასო ოთახში დავჭერით, ჩავალბეთ 12 საათის განმავლობაში გავაჩერეთ, მივიღეთ მასა შესაბამისად და მოვიმარჯვეთ საჭირო ნივთები, დავაბლენდერეთ საკლასო ოთახშივე, საცერი, თასი, წყლით და ასე შემდეგ. დავიწყეთ განხორციელება პროექტის. მინდა გითხრათ, რომ ყველაზე საინტერესო პროცესი იყო მოსწავლეებისთვის ეს, რაც კი გაგვიკეთებია აქამდე და ორ ეტაპად დავამზადეთ ქაღალდები. ერთ დღეს დავამზადეთ თეთრი ქაღალდები, მეორე დღეს კი ფერადი ქაღალდის მისაღებად ჩვენ გავურიეთ სხვადასხვა ფერის საღებავები. საკლასო ოთახშივე გადავწყვიტეთ, რომ საბოლოო ვერსია მიგვეღო ქაღალდის და გამოვიყენეთ თუთო მის გასაშრობად და მივიღეთ ძალიან საინტერესო რესურსი, მეორადად გადამუშავებული ქაღალდი. აქ მაქვს ასევე ვიდეოები უშუალოდ როგორ ხდებოდა მომზადება მასის, რომელიც შემდეგ უკვე წყალში ერევა და საცერის მეშვეობით ქაღალდად იქცევა და აქაც უკვე გაშრობის პროცესი ასახული. და მიღებული ქაღალდისგან დავამზადეთ სხვადასხვა ნამუშევრები, ეს იყო ილუსტრაციები, ნახატები, აი აქ თუ ხედავთ არის მზის სისტემად შექმნილი, ასევე დავამზადეთ მისალოცი ბარათები, ბლოკნოტები და ასე შემდეგ. გადავწყვეტეთ ინფორმაციის გაზიარებაც, რა თქმა უნდა და მოსწავლეებმა ასევე დაამზადეს საკუთარი ხელით ბუკლეტები, საინფორმაციო ბუკლეტები, რომელშიც იყო დეტალურად აღწერილი თუ როგორ უნდა დაემზადებინა ადამიანს და ნებისმიერ სურველს სახლის პირობებში
სკოლებში ქაღალდი. შემდეგ უკვე ბეჭდური ვერსიაც გავაკეთეთ და ასევე ბანერი გქონდა და გვაქვს კიდევაც სკოლის დერეფნებში გაკრული, სადაც დეტალურად არის ინფორმაცია დატანილი თუ რამდენი ხე სჭირდება ერთი წიგნის დამზადებას, 3 ხე ზრდასრული ხე სჭირდება ერთი წიგნის დამზადებას და ასევე ზოგადი ინფორმაცია გვაქვს დატანილი თუ რა ეტაპები უნდა გაიარო და შეკვრიბისათვის რომ შექმნან ქაღალდი. ეს უკვე გახლავთ გაზიარების, გამოცდილების გაზიარების ფოტოები, რესურსი გავიტანეთ, სხვადასხვა დაინტერესებულ კლასებში ვიყავით, მოსწავლეები უხსნიდნენ თავიანთ თანატოლებს თუ რა ეტაპები გაიარეს, რატომ იყო მნიშვნელოვანი ქაღალდის ზომიერად მოხმარება და მისი დაცვა, რატომ იყო მნიშვნელოვანი ბუნების გაფრთხილება და რა სავალალო შედეგამდე მიგვიყვანს ხეების უკონტროლო ჭრა. და მინდა გითხრათ, რომ ძალიან ბევრმა ბავშვმა გამოთქვა სურვილი და დაინტერესდა და თითქმის ყველა დაწყებით საფეხურზე განხორციელდა აღნიშნული აქტივობა. ისევე როგორც ყველა ჩვენც ჩავერთვეთ ჩვენი კლუბის ფარგლებში დედამიწის კვირეულში და კლუბი დავარეგისტრირეთ გლობალურ სამოქმედო დღეებში და განახორციელეთ რამდენიმე აქტივობა, რომლის შემდეგაც დავიმსახურეთ IIS სერტიფიკატი. ეს იყო საკლასო ოთახში დამზადებული ნამუშევრების გამოფენა სხვადასხვა თემაზე, იყო წყლის დაცვაზე, იყო ტყის საფარზე და ასევე ზოგადად დედამიწის და ჰაერის გაფრთხილებაზეც. აი აქაც ნახავთ ბავშვების ნამუშევრებს. და შემდეგი ძალიან საინტერესო აქტივობა, რითაც დავასრულეთ დედამიწის კვირეული, იყო ჩვენი სკოლის ულამაზესი ბაღი გვაქვს სკოლის ეზოში და ისი გალამაზება მეტად მოსწავლეებს მივეცით საშუალება საკუთარი ხელით დაერგოთ ყვავილები დაეთესათ და მოსწავლეებმა კიდევ ერთხელ გაიაზრეს და კიდევ ერთხელ აღიქვეს რამდენად მნიშვნელოვანია დედამიწის დაცვა და გამიზანიც გქონდა რომ მოსწავლეებში აგვემაღლებინა ცნობიერება, ვფიქრობ რომ მიღწეულია. უღრმესი მადლობა ყურადღებისთვის და წარმატებებს გისურვებთ.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ქალბატონო თამარ საინტერესო პრეზენტაციისთვის. Tamar Shagashvili, thank you very much for your great presentation. She talked about sustainable development in her school, and she talked about that sustainable development is a system of community which taking into account the economic development and the interest of the environment ensures well-being and the quality of the level of knowledge and the right of future generations to benefit from natural resources and the environment as much as possible from quantity and change. And she talked about a process of development that meets the needs of the living without limiting the opportunities of future generations. And she talked about the project creating the paper and she said that reducing unsustainable consumption of paper, raising awareness of need for its sustainable consumption and production. And she talked about task of this project, raising the first task is raising awareness among students about the production, and the second is paper production will be recycled and used, and third production of information leaflets and distribution, and at school space in order to raise awareness about the sustainable use and recycling of paper. Thank you very much for your great attention. Good luck to all participants. წარმატებები ყველა მონაწილეს და ყველა სწავლებელს. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა რომ მომეცა შესაძლებლობა ყოფილიყო თქვენს გვერდით. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
Thank you very much, Miss Maka. And the presentation is very nice, very important, and very great. You're right. Sustainable development is very important, and save Earth, and also very important. Thank you for this presentation. And we have a next speaker. Is Rada Sadlova. Welcome there. Can you hear me?
მოგესალმებით. კიდევ ერთხელ წარმატებებს გისურვებთ ყველას. ძალიან მიხარია რომ კიდევ ერთხელ მომეცა შესაძლებლობა მონაწილეობა მიგვეღო აღნიშნულ კონფერენციაში. დღეს ჩვენ მეწავსკები ჩემი მოსწავლესთან ერთად ზესტაფონის მეხუთე საჯარო სკოლიდან. ჩვენი თემა კვლავ აგრძელებს აქტუალობას, ეს მდგრადი განვითარების მიზნებია. დღეს ჩვენ განვიხილავთ მდგრადი განვითარების მიზნებიდან ერთ-ერთს, ეს გახლავთ უთანასწორობის აღმოფხვრა. ჩვენ სასკოლო სივრცეში ეს ერთ-ერთი ყველაზე მტკივნეული, ეგრეთ წოდებული მტკივნეული თემის გათანასწორების პროცესზე ვისაუბრებთ, უფრო მეტ ყურადღებას გავამახვილებთ, ეს შეზღუდული შესაძლებლობის მქონე ბავშვების ადაპტაციაზე ვისაუბრებთ ჩვენ სასკოლო სივრცეში. მე მათ ვუსურვებ წარმატებას და ყველა მონაწილეს. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ, რომ მომეცა საშუალება თქვენ წინაშე ჩემი მოსწავლეებთან ერთად სწავლის გარიყავი.
So, hello. As Mrs. Rada already told you, we are the students from the 9th grade from the 5th public school. First of all, we are very happy to have been like that opportunity to present our such a
what the fuck are you doing?
First of all, we are very happy to have been given the opportunity to present our work such as the international conference. The topic we discussed today is about the 10th goal of the sustainable development, which provides for the reducing inequality in our reality. And now I'm going to show you the presentation. 1 minute. Yeah, can you see?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now yes, and all the members of the group worked on the presentation equality, and now I'm going to tell you that our group member is Miriam, Anna, and me. And now I'm going to tell you and show you the working on the process of the working on the presentation. Our teacher, Mrs. Rada, helped us very much, and thanks for that. But now we're going to so let's move on the main issues of our presentation. Thanks for attention.
Hi, my name is Mariam, and now I will talk about reducing inequality. So reducing inequality is one of the most pressing challenges of our time. The Sustainable Development Goal 10 aims to reduce inequality within and among countries by promoting social, economic, and political inclusions for all individuals, regardless of their race, ethnicity, gender, age, disability, or economic status. Inequality is a pervasive problem that affects all the aspects of society. It undermines social cohesion, exacerbates poverty, and contributes to political instability. CDG 10 recognized that reducing inequality is essential for achieving sustainable development and to create more just and equitable world. Goal focuses on three main areas. First, reducing inequality within countries. Second, reducing inequality among countries. And third, ensuring that the voices of marginalized groups are heard in decision-making processes. One of the key targets of CDG 10 is to ensure that income growth is shared equitably. This means that gap between the rich and the poor should be narrowed, and that marginalized groups such as women and children and people with disabilities should have access to the same economic opportunities as everyone else. Another target is to empower and promote the social, economic, and political inclusion of all, irrespective of age, gender, disability, race, ethnicity, origin, religion, or economic and other statuses. Achieving this goal requires a multifaceted approaches that involves governments, civil society organizations, the private sector, and individuals. One important strategy is to adopt policies that promote inclusive economic growth. This could involve investing in education and skills training, improving infrastructure and access to finance and creating an enable environment for small and medium-sized enterprises. Governments also can implement progressive taxation policies that redistribute wealth and reduce income inequality. Another important strategy is to tackle discrimination and promote social inclusion. This could involve implementing laws and policies that protect the rights of marginalized groups, promoting diversity and inclusion in the workplace and education, and raising awareness about the negative impact of discrimination. Civil society organizations and individuals can also play a role by advocating for the rights of marginalized groups, promoting social cohesion and challenging discriminatory attitudes and behaviors. Finally, it is important to ensure that the voices of marginalized groups are heard in that they are included in decision-making processes. This could involve creating participatory mechanisms such as citizen assemblies, promoting the representation of marginalized groups in political and economic institutions, and ensuring that their perspectives and experiences are taken into account in policymaking processes. In Georgia, specifically in Zestafoni, the elimination of this problem has already started, and my classmate and my dear friend Anna Nadriashvili will talk about it in more detail.
So, hi everyone, my name is Anna, and today I'm going to talk about practice in Georgian to provide these goals. So, reducing inequality means reducing discrimination based on ethnicity, gender, race, age, people with disabilities, and other to increase their rights and opportunities. In the early days, there were no administrative centers where people with disabilities could show themselves and their abilities. But today there are so many institutes for their realization. For example, Orange Administration, where children can create by their own hands some creative patterns. They have opportunities to enjoy the same right education as all the other children. The number of disabled people attending school has increased. There are necessary departments, resource rooms in school. The resource rooms, in agreement with ministry, provides care for children with special needs. It promotes the introduction of inclusive teaching methods for the category of children. Also, it performs the functions of guardianship and care body in accordance with the law. It ensures the coordination of the process of adoption or transfer children deprived of parental care, keeping the relevant bank and periodic reporting to the ministry. Women and children are often oppressed by society. However, nowadays there are a lot of academic performances and performances that call people to protect genders and children's rights. For example, Aurora, press conference about equalities are held, which are managed by the Youth Council and also by many non-governmental organizations. So we have so many, we talked about that goal so many times in civics and geography lessons, and we pretty cool know this about this goal, and we're really trying to make practice this goal and prove our notion of inequality among them. So thank you for your attention. And there you can see the photos that we shoot and that we made by our hands, and it's our school work. You can see the 7 goals at the presentation desk.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for attention. And now we're saying goodbye. And really thanks for this chance to have opportunity to be the part of this really amazing and really very meaningful conference. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Actually, it prepares the problem that has historically terrible as the most and the hardest to fight. Actually, it primarily associated with injustice. Young people, today you talked about the goal, which is very important. We see injustice every day in the city, in the school, in the world, and I hope that we should all fight together to reduce this problem. Okay, thank you very much once again for this great presentation. And thank you so much, Miss Radha. Okay, and now I want to introduce Azerbaijan to you again.
Thank you, dear Elena. It was very interesting to watch all these presentations with practical activities. Now, I'd like to invite our teacher, Vafa Salehova. Can you hear?
Yeah, I'm here. Good day, dears. And I'm Vafa Salehova from Azerbaijan. I work as an English teacher at the secondary school 123, named after Hajnab Tahrir. And I'm really glad that there are educators and students who want to change the state of the earth by enlightening. And I want to thank to Shalala teacher and Inga to make this happen, and they let us be the part of this project. And I appreciate IIU for all the projects they have done and will do. And I hope and believe that we and people who pay attention to UN's SDGs and make the world go round for a long time and for a better future and next generations. Today, my two precious students are going to present for the first time internationally. So they're really nervous about it, and I hope you'll cheer them up. So Rüstem and Tadiamalı. Who is ready? Can start the first.
Yes.
Okay, Sam.
Good day, everyone. I want to talk about clean water and sanitation. Kulia Rustam 9th grade secondary school number 123, named after Hudson Abdul Tagiev. Water problem in modern life. At present, despite such development of humanity, there is still a problem of drinking water in the world. Currently, many people do not have access to drinking water and safe to use salt water. It causes various diseases in the human body. Geographic water problem. In some places, there is a geographic problem of drinking water. One of them is the UAE, and the African countries can be cited as an example. What is the difference between them? The UAE was a developed country. They spread the salt water into potable water by evaporating the salt water. By adding chemicals to this composition, they turned it into good drinking water. But it was a developing country among African countries. It is very expensive to use such technologies here. Because of this, people here use wet sand instead of washing dishes or hands with water. The drying up of the Kur and Caspian Sea. Drinking water problem arises not only geographically, but also as a result of waste dumped there. As example, we can cite the Kur River and the Caspian Sea. The drying up of the Kur results in the reduction of the Caspian Sea. Most of the agriculture in Azerbaijan was irrigated by the Kur River. In the current situation, its drying up causes big problems in agriculture and increases the price of food. Also, as a result of the wrong filling in the river delta, in the direction of the Kazran wind, salty water is now coming from Caspian Sea, 50-60 kilometers into the river, to the city of Neftchala towards Salyan. The reasons for the drying up of the Caspian Sea. The drying up of the Caspian Sea is not only caused by the drying up of the sea itself by global warming, but also by the oil residues, sewage, etc. 123rd Secondary School, named after Hudson Lawton Tagev Eco Alem IB, where I study now, with the financial support of the State Support Council for NGOs under the President of Republic of Azerbaijan, within the framework of the project cleaning the shore of the Caspian Sea from household waste, conducting propaganda and agitation on the topic of healthy environment, healthy children. In Mardakan settlement of Hazar region, carried out cleaning action with the students of secondary school number 123 on the beach area located on the coast of the Caspian Sea in Shualan settlement of Hazar. You can see picture of that day. Bir Damcı. The Republic of Azerbaijan, the Bir Damcı project was commissioned. In this project, knowing the value of each drop of water is a way to stop drinking water wasted to human actions. For example, if you close the faucet while brushing your teeth, you save 21 liters of water. If you turn off the water while soaping the dishes, you save 105 liters. You can save water for tomorrow. Currently, this project is being demonstrated on the streets of Baku and in schools at the initiative of Baku and initiative of the Ministry of Education. If each person, i.e. 8 million people, consumes 1 drop of water, see how much water is conserved. If we think about the future generation, let's save 1 drop of water. Water treatment. There are different ways to solve drinking water problem in 21st century. One of them was developed by a group of students of Azerbaijan Technical University, which turns salt water into drinking water. The device has the ability to convert 1 ton of seawater to 800 of the liters of fresh water with the help of solar energy. According to Rafael Azizov, one of the authors of the device, first the motor drives water from the sea and collects it in the first tank. It is possible to monitor the water level in the first and second tank through the mobile application. When the water level is reached, the sensor automatically evaluates it and shows it in the application. The water evaporates through the sensorizer and is collected from the first tank to the second tank, and the aggregate changes its state from vapor to liquid. It is also possible to control the device that turns salt water into drinking water by phone. Thanks.
Wow.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Thank you for it was very interesting. It was amazing. Thank
Well
you.
done. Now, Delia Malakhodaberger, it's your turn.
Good evening, everyone. I am Khudaberdi Eftaryamalı, 9th grade, from secondary school number 123, named after Hudson Alpin Tavia. The global goals 30 climate action. Target 30.5. Strengthen resilience and adaptive capacity to climate release hazard and natural disasters in all countries. Climate change is one of the global problems that varies the world. Climate change and their impact on the living world are increasingly worrying the world community. Increasing attention to the problems in manifest in a number of international projects, including scientific and political conferences. Target 30 Promote measures for raising capacity of effective climate change release, planning and management in less development countries and small island developing states, including focusing on women, youth, and local and marginalized communities. Global warming. Global warming is an increase in temperature on the Earth's surface as a result of the greenhouse effect of gas released into the atmosphere by humans. Records from 1816 to the present shows that global temperature has increased between 0.5 and 8 degrees. There are various causes of global warming, for example, forest burning, cutting down trees or deforestation leads to a decrease in oxygen and increase in carbon dioxide. We can prevent global warming by not littering, by using less plastic containers. Okay, now these are things that as a teenager or as a student we cannot prevent. So how can we help to normalize us? The power of computer, if you don't use it, plug off your charge. If you are done charging your mobile phone, try to use plastic like prefer buying foods without. Separate your domestic waste from recyclable trash. If you have trash bins by where you live, you can throw your recyclable trash there. Don't own trash bins. You collect all your recyclable trash and take it to Asan Khidmat to handle it. Answer us and our future. Great.
Well done, Delia Mama.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And Aydan teacher, if you hear me, can you hear me? Okay, Nuray. Are you here, my dear?
Yeah, I am here, teacher.
Okay, you can start your presentation, dear.
Hello, everyone. I send you my warm greetings from Azerbaijan. I don't know you, but I am so excited now. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Safarba Nuray. I study in the 8th grade and I am 14. I am here today to tell you about the importance and preservation of water. I hope that the presentation will be useful for all of us. There are a lot of things to talk, so let's get started. As you know, water is life. It's very difficult to imagine life without water. Water is a symbol of life. If there is no water, the world will be destroyed. Somebody truly emphasized that if there is water, there is life. If there is no water, there is no life. Water is very important in our life. The role of water in our body is also great. The water that covers 16% of our body regulates the temperature in our body. It also helps the functioning of the organs. As you can see in the picture, 73% of our brain and 83% of our lungs, 95% of our blood is water. It doesn't end there. More than 70% of Earth's surface covered by water. 96.5% of the water is salty and the remaining 3.5% is fresh water such as lakes, rivers, groundwater, and ice. Water is vital not only for us, but also for other living beings. But nowadays, the water is the most important part of our life is polluted. One of the causes of this is industrial waste. Manufacturers release their waste into the water, but they don't think about what kind of disaster awaits them. Some oil-producing countries also cause water pollution. When they extract oil, some of the oil spills into the sea, which causes the death of aquatic life. However, it doesn't apply to all oil-producing countries. Some countries are taking steps to prevent pollution, but they still can't stop it because they are the cause of it. But in any case, it is not right to blame only them for water pollution. People also play a role in water pollution. Let's look at a simple example to understand better. Everyone loves to relax in the seas in summer. Beaches are always among our choices in summer. But when we go to the beach, we face a terrible scene. Bottles, watermelon shells, cigarette ends in the sea. It is unpleasant, isn't it? But who is the cause of this? Of course, people. You see, their small mistakes lead to big problems. And the worst thing is that they aren't aware of it. Because of their mistakes, people in other countries or in their countries can't access to the clean water. It is a very sad situation. For example, India. India people are one of the people that can't access to clean water. But don't worry, it isn't too late. We should be united in this matter and do our part to clean up water. We can't prevent it, such as throwing our trash to trash bin. In order not to have a shortage of clean water in the future, we can turn off the tap water after use. There are a lot of ways to protect clean water. It is enough that you want and you attract those around you. So I hope that you understand the importance of water and how to prevent it. Before coming to the end of our presentation, I would like to emphasize that every year, March 22 is celebrated as World Water Day. Before I say goodbye to you, I am hoping that you will understand the vital importance of this day and will protect water not only for one day, but for all days. That's all I have to say. Thanks so much for listening and for
Thank you, dear. It was wonderful, really. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Sorry, 1 minute. Can I say something? And after that, I have to go. Tomorrow is Georgians Independence Day. That's why I want to congratulate all Georgian citizens on this day. And now I have to say goodbye. Congratulations all, and now
Congratulations.
Goodbye. Yeah.
On this occasion, congratulations. Wonderful.
Sorry for attention. Goodbye.
Bye. And Könü Seferli. Könü, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
If you are ready, you can start sharing.
Yeah, I'm ready. So let me share my screen. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. Hello everyone. Today I want to talk about the water pollution, which is a global problem in the world, and my topic is life below the water. So I have a slogan in this case. This is plastic or planet. So let's begin. Water is beautiful is dirty is as beautiful. Humans did it. Who did it? Yes, of course humans did it. And humans must solve this problem. So there is pollution, and this is global problem, and this is so important for our existence, for aquatic life existence. They cover 70% of planet. They're relevant for them food and energy like waters. And yet we have polluted oceans, rivers, seas, and so on. We have to stop that. And everyone knows this is life underwater is really so magical. You know that, yeah? And this is a graphic. So this is a graphic showing water pollution around the world. According to statistics, 35% in 2008 and 60% in 2023, and in 2013 this will be like 75%, around 75%. So how we can solve this problem ourselves? First of all, I want to say find a project or create. And nowadays, it's really so easy to find a project to help environment, help water sources. So second of all, join this project. And third one, advertise a project, like share the social media, share your friends, share Instagram, Facebook, you know. And first, the last one, just do it. This is so easy. So what can we do? Never buy plastic bottles, like plastic bags. Second one, buy local and created water foods like fish, prawn, mussel, but it must be local and certificated. The third one, reduce waste much of waste that we produce on lands end up the oceans. Stop using plastic bags. The first and last one, organize a CLEAP project for seas and oceans. So don't forget, this is last page actually. Don't forget, the world is our home and also another being's home. Let's save planet and reduce the plastic. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for listening. I'm appreciated.
Thank you, dear. Thank you for your interesting presentation.
You're welcome.
So that's all, I think. We are done.
Okay. As always, Azerbaijan presented the best students and unique presentation. Many thanks to each student and of course to you extraordinary teacher Shalane. Okay.
Oh, thank
you. It's time for us to move again to my beautiful country, Georgia, and the next representative is Maya Abdanadze. Welcome, dear.
მოგესალმებით. მოგესალმებით, მადლობა მინდა გადაგიხადოთ ქალბატონო ინგა ჩვენი პროექტის გაზიარებისთვის.
Can you please, you are turned the camera, please, camera.
ვერ
Camera. She cannot. Okay, no.
ვერ გავასწორე, არ მისცემა. ქალბატონის მადლობა მინდა გადაგიხადოთ ისე ამ პროექტში მონაწილეობისათვის. მინდა ისა გაგაცნოთ ჩვენი ეკოკლუბის ლიდერი შოთა ლაბაძე, რომელიც წარმოგვიდგენს პროექტს ცხოვრება ჩვენს პლანეტაზე, რომელიც ეძღვნებოდა მდგრადი განვითარების მიზნებს. შოთა, ჩართე?
გამარჯობა, მოგესალმებით. ეხლა ჩემს პრეზენტაციას. ჩანს პრეზენტაცია?
Сейчас. შეგიძლიათ
გამოდით გავადიდებ. Project Peace on Our Planet. I am leader of Eco Club of Makati Public School of Baghdad Municipality. Project Life on Our Planet, the goal and objectives. The goal and objectives of the project, raising the awareness of young people about environmental issues and climate change, conducting the trainings and local information campaigns on environmental uses, conducting a conference on climate change, current challenge, and ways to solve them. The students should and understand the personal and serious responsibility towards the processes taking place in the environment. The student should understand the importance of sustainable development, develop the right attitude towards the environment, and have the desire to participate in the measures related to the protection of the environment and its restoration. Activities. Activity number 1, a public display David Attenborough film Life on Our Planet. The young people come together to raise awareness about the problems of our homes, the earth, and take actionable steps to solve these problems. Activity number 2, creating a poster for Earth Hour with the call, become a member of the global movement to save the Earth, and the poster turn off the light for 1 hour, placing a poster in the community to provide information to get as many young people involved in the activity as possible. Activity number 3, production of information brochures, tips on environmental protection and distribution in the community, such as ways to mitigate climate change, the need to conserve water and energy, separate waste, and the importance and protection of forests. Activity number 4, publishing a poster to involve the entire community in the greening campaign. Young people plant sapling both in their yard and one to roadside. As a result, 115 trees were planted. Activity number 5, cleaning action. The area around the school and the village was cleaned. Also, the area of Ajameti Sakhpati located on the border of the village. Activity number 6, driving competition on the them of air stay seen through my eyes. Postal aids help the airs and exhibition of eco-friendly greenhouse mock-ups. Activity number 7, making, publishing, and sending electronic invitation cards to invited guests, solving organizational issues. Making presentation body diversity, global warming and climate change, climate and energy efficiency. This is conference and the result. Young people understand that what they can do to reduce climate change. That by changing their daily habits, they can change the habits of those around them. The ultimate goal and information packet presentation was shared.
ერთი წუთით სლაიდები რომ არ მუშაობს ნახე აბა ეცადე რომ გადახვიდე.
ეხლა მუშაობს. ჩემთან ჩანს რომ გადადის სლაიდი.
No. This presentation is very nice, I know, very important. Please stop share and try again.
აი მოიცავ ცდი რომ ხელთავიდან გავაზიარო.
Stop share.
წესით ეხა უნდა ქნას შვება?
არ გადადის. საერთოდ თქვენს ისას ვერ ვხედავ.
დიდი ალბათობით ინტერნეტის ბრალია ძალიან დიდ ბოჯის გიხდით ჩვენთან ბაღდადში ძალიან საშინელი ინტერნეტია და ამიტომაც
Okay, please continue.
კაი, მაშინ გავაგრძელებ. თავიდან დავიწყებ მაშინ.
სლაიდებზე ჩანს, რომ გააქტიურება უნდა და თუ შეიძლება აი ზემოდან გააქტიუროთ და მერე გადავა ჩვეულებრივად.
აი, ახლა გადავ.
ხო.
Aha. Result, young people understand what they can do to reduce climate change. That by changing their daily habits, they can change the habits of those around them. The ultimate goal. An information packet presentation was shared with the invited guests, detailing all the change the youth would like to see to ensure a healthy, vibrant and sustainable future for Mother Nature. The event was attended by the heads of the Department of Culture and Tourism of Baghdadi, the deputy of the village, the head of the youth council, and the editor of my Gazette of Baghdadi. The guests thanked the young people for the interesting and important information and expressed their desire to hold similar meetings in Baghdadi before a larger audience. The meeting was covered by Baghdadi News. Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much for this great and amazing presentation. Thank you very much once again. I saw your work for sustainable development goals and I like it very much. I appreciate and I am proud of you. Okay, thank you very much. And the next representative is Nino Candelari. Welcome there. Can you hear me?
Gabatona Nino, gespi ჩვენი?
კი.
Welcome.
ჩავართ ხო კარგად?
ბავშვებიც
იქნებიან მერია. ვერ ჩაერთნენ სამწუხაროდ და ჩემთან მოვიყვნენ.
Wow.
Welcome, I am Nino Candelagi, maths teacher. I work at 24th Georgian Gymnasium in Rustavi. At the beginning, I tasked the students to create animations, and then we integrated them with English. With the help of our English teacher, Diana, we created animations in English.
Hello, my name is Marika Momladze. I study in a Georgian gymnasium and I'm in a 6th grade. It is an honor for me to be here and it is a pleasure to present the presentation. The technical progress developed in the 21st century has made many people think because the needs, the rhythm of the life, their requirements, and therefore the goals have changed. All of this led to a review of the existing system. It should be noted that the skills that were important for a modern citizen even 4 or 5 years ago are useless now, and new skills must be acquired and developed in other ways. In such a situation, it's natural for those who help young people to acquire these skills, i.e. teachers, to improve their professional skills, to revise and change our approaches, visions, and teaching styles. The activities used in the teaching process should be adapted as much as possible to the age of technological development in order to raise successful and life-ready people. The recipe for success, one might say, is a set for skill that a person should develop from elementary school. For this, student must know how to learn, therefore, for this, she needs metacognitive, social, and computer skills. Part of such an approach is animations, which began to be created in Western European countries in the 20th centuries. They are accessible and interesting for modern children, and depending on their nature, they help students master complex issues. Animation conveys key information effectively, quickly, and easily. Taking everything into account, our math teacher Nino Gandelaki gave us the task of turning mathematical logic problems into stories and solutions into animations.
Would you do it?
I'm Mate. Hi, I'm George. Hi, I'm Tonica. All three catch 10 fish together. Tonica and George catch 5 fish. Mate and Tonica catch 7 fish. How many fish did Tonica catch? To solve this problem, we need to add 5 to the number of fish catch by Tonica and George. The number of fish catch by Mate and Tonica is 7. Answer 5 plus 7 equals 12. 12 minus 10 equals 12. We solve this problem so easily. Answer: Tony catch 2 fish. Matthew catches 5 fish. George catches 3 fish, and Tony catches 2 fish.
და მესამე ანიმაცია, რომელიც გვაქვს მათემატიკური თქვენთვის, უბრალოდ ყველას ვერ გაჩვენებთ, მაგრამ როგორ შეიძლება რომ მათემატიკის მასწავლებელმა გააკეთოს მათემატიკის გაკვეთას და შეაქმნევინოს ბავშვებს ანიმაციები, ვაიმე ინტერნეტი ბიჭი. ჩანს ხო კარგად გაზიარებული?
დიახ, ძალიან კარგად ჩანს.
There are some of the online resources we have created. At the math lesson, we conduct a grow work on a healthy lifestyle. We created questionnaires and surveyed the students of our school. Advice: this is a short message. Propaganda, dissemination of information, and in-depth explanation of information. With this in mind, the teacher assigned us to create advertisement about healthy lifestyles based on a statistical data.
ეხლა ცხოვრების ჯანსაღი წესის შესახებ როგორი ვიდეოები გავაკეთეთ, ჩვენ ერთ-ერთ შემოგთავაზებთ. John.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Kikwaze. I'm in sixth grade and I'm from Georgia. Nice to meet you all. Creating animation helps to develop imaginative skills, which is the purpose for developing creation thinking. I think teaching with animation will be useful in teaching other subjects. A similar type of methodology would be effective in teaching other subjects. This style of teaching and learning things takes into account the principle of inclusiveness. Because if the student who has a problem with holding pencil, a pen, he can present tasks using animations and techniques. In general, using this resource in the supportive strategy for the learner for whom visual aids it's too important. We give them opportunity to connect mathematical skills in different contexts and to do this in an interesting and motivating for them through technology. Thank you for listening.
ჩვენ დავამთავრეთ ჩვენი პრეზენტაცია.
Thank you very much, Miss Nina. You know it well. It's really great because we saw very interesting videos. It means that you know technology well. We saw very interesting resources. We saw that amazing students you introduced us to. Thank you very much to the young. The roles are already so activity involved in any important work for the society, and my great respect to you. Okay. And now I would like to introduce the next teacher, Miss Ruslan Arziani. Welcome, dear. Stop sharing, please. Miss Nina, please stop sharing. Hello, Mr. Sudan. Can you hear me now?
ალბათ რუსლან გესმით ჩვენი?
დიახ, აი ჩავთეხმართ, მოდი. ისმის ახლა ჩემი?
დიახ.
გესმით ჩემი ხმა?
Diyah.
Good evening. I am the leading teacher of chemistry at the 8th Public School of the city of Poti. In addition to subject competencies, I share the principles of democratic culture and sustainable development goals with my students. In order to develop a sense of empathy in goals of sustainable development with my students themselves will tell you about. Sophia? Sopo, akar. Sopo. უკაცრავად ერთი წუთით რაღაც ხდება ეტყობა.
We cannot.
სოფო გააგრძელე.
მე მგონი სოფო არის ჩვენთან, ქალბატონოსთან.
იყო ჩვენთან და წამით გავარკვევ.
Okay, before we solve the problem, dear Nada, please tell us something.
Yes, I will say it's very amazing, another amazing day, great conference with great students, great teachers. All teachers need to be proud on the students from Azerbaijan, from Iran, from Georgia. Great work, and this is really today we can say that we have a hope because our teachers are investing a lot in themselves and they are giving the knowledge to the students. We listen so many presentations, so many solutions about the sustainable development goals. Students were all great. Dear Rusudan, what is your problem? Please tell us. Click on slideshow.
We waiting students.
Oh, we're waiting students.
Yes,
she had a problem.
Where is Ellen Kakaber?
Kakaber with us.
ინგა ერთი წუთით ეხლა მეორე შემოვა ის მართლა გასულია და
he have already training there.
Oh, great. So, how many students we have? Great, this youth and what is happening with the presentation?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Here is the student. Great. Hello. Hi.
Hello, my name is Ana Maria Jalahonia. My classmate can't join us. I don't know what's the problem. So I will make a presentation. Our presentation is theme of no poverty, no hunger. Sustainable development, a system of community development that taking into account the interest of economic development and environmental protection of the community. Ensures human well-being to increase in the quality of life and the right of future generations to enjoy natural resources and the environment products as much as possible from irreversible quantities as the equality changes. Sustainable development has three main dimensions: economic, social, and ecological, the combination of which creates sustainable development and which are independent. For example, the elimination of the poverty requires the promotion of social justice and economic development, as well as the protection of the environment. Numerous international forums that have been held since 1987 have repeated, reaffirmed, and strengthened the importance of the concept of sustainable development. The strategic plan from the sustainable development of the economy must be based on the principles of sustainable development and must ensure of the development of the economy in compliance with these principles. Each economic product must be evaluated in advance, taking into account its economic benefits and the damage caused of nature. Only within the framework of the essence and principles of sustainable development, the strategic plan should improve the selection of the main priorities. Its economic and environmental justification of the search of optimal implementation methods are then to the final result. One of the operating priorities in this direction is the maximum use of renewable energy resources. Water, sun, wind, sea, waves, geothermal, waters, biomimetic, and ethics. This is especially a priority for our country. As it has huge hydro resources, the rate of use which is currently very modest. This is gaining significant relevance today due to the grand scale of the country's reconstruction, which will definitely require more energy resources in the future. This example substantiates the main goal of the development strategy: how to use natural resources, replace them with environmentally unreusable products, and obtain high economic benefits. Economic security is a necessary prerequisite for the stable development of Queen. This is the state of the economy in which economic growth, high level of produce, effective satisfaction of economic needs, state control over the movement and use of national resources, and protections of the country's economic interest at the international level and ensured. The object of economic security is the economic system of the country as a whole, as well as its constituent sector and elements. Economic security is largely determined by economic independence, so it's important to give a strong push national production in order to reduce dependence of foreign products. The Sustainable Development Goals are a set of 17 goals and 169 indicators that all Union member states agree to in order to achieve a better and more sustainable future. These goals address the global challenges we face today: poverty, inequality, prosperity, peace, and justice, as well as climate and environmental challenges. These goals are closely related to each other, and in order to ensure that no one is left behind, it's important that each of these goals and indicators be met by 2018. In order to achieve the goals of sustainable development, it's necessary to place children at the center of the state's strategy and action plan. The social aspect of sustainable development includes a society based on the ideas of justice and well-being, whose members, regardless of their material capabilities, have access to essential needs such as food, housing, health, care, education, work, human rights, property rights, and ethics. Sustainable social development first of all implies elimination of all kinds of discrimination and protection of social rights of vulnerable members of society, displaced people, women, minorities. For this, it's necessary to develop an educated people policy, to create a system focused on employment and the elimination of inequality. The Sustainable Development Goals are a global call of action aimed at eradicating poverty, protecting the Earth's environment and climate, and achieving peace and prosperity of all people around the world. They are the goals that the UN is working on in Georgia. Eradication of extreme poverty from all people living in Georgia by 2018. Extreme poverty currently measured by people living in the less than as 1.9 a day. 1.2, reducing the proportional number of men, women, and children of all ages living in poverty in any form by 2018 in accordance with the beneficent established in the country. 1.3 take approximately national measures to achieve sustainable coverage of the poor and vulnerable by 2080. 1.4 by 2080 ensures that all minor women, especially those in poverty and vulnerable, including internally displaced persons, have equal rights to economic resources. They should also be provided with access to basic services, ownership of land and other forms of property. Under management highlights natural resources, approximately latest technologies and fascinated, including microsense terraces. 1.5 forest cascade and early warming to the climate-related extreme events and environment stress and disasters.
Hello, everyone. My name is Barbara Barbakadze from Georgia, Poti. I am a student in IIU Public School. The second goal of sustainable development, no hunger. A. Ensuring significant resource mobilization from various sources, including through enhanced development cooperation to implement programs and possessing for Georgia's sustainable development and eradication of all forms of poverty. Eradicating hunger, achieving food security, and improved nutrition, and promoting sustainable agriculture are the second goal of sustainable development. The economic crisis in Georgia has become systemic. Its result greatly contributes to the polarization of the living standards of a certain strata of the population. One of the serious challenges in manifesting this problem of poverty and employment. Georgia has signed the association agreement with the European Union in order to promote political association and economic interests in this union. The agreement envisages the increases of Georgia's involvement in EU strategies, problems of organization according to Article 301. One of the association agreement. These parties will build and strengthen their relations, take into account the long-term goal of sustainable development and green economy. In addition, the advantages of the principle of sustainable development and promoting of the development of the green economy are mentioned in the Georgian Ocean Economic Development Strategies Georgia 2020. In Georgia, up to 8% of the third population, or about 300,000 people, are chronical employment. If we add to this a number of self-employed people, then we can assume that almost one or many are actually unemployed. One of the main reasons can be considered that people living in rural areas are considered self-employed. The pace of economic development in Georgia create more problem in terms of overcome poverty and unemployment. Almost three decades of the country's independence have not yielding many positive results in terms of carrying into reforms. Despite numerous the reform in Georgia, no substantial program has been achieved in terms of the most important indicators of the population. Standards of living is in this regard. In this regard, there is an alarming situation in terms of poverty and employment indicators. Regardless of the nutrition changes, regardless of the noticeable changes in the political or social spectrum, the search for a new approaching in the country's economic policy is necessary strategic lines that will gradually solve the problem of poverty and employment in the real future.
The collapsed economy in the country directly affects the standard of living of the population. The prolonged transitional period in Georgia, instead of forming the middle class of the population, actually formed the strata of the new rich and new poor. That is social polarization look at irascible form. However, this can be considered a public problem. Therefore, poverty in Georgia today can be recognized as a special type of social political reality, which becomes a contributing factor of the development of the society. Based on the above, we can conclude that the mental problem is very important and needs to be eliminated. It was poverty and the unemployed that made us 2 million Georgians into forced immigrants. For such an unremarkable for small countries, this process is devastating. The government of Georgia is obligated to immediately implement a strict preventive economic policy, the complex system of emergency measures to solve this very urgent problem. Also, scientific economists should develop real ways that will contribute to the elimination of poverty and the noticeable increase in the standard of living of the population. Reducing the level of poverty in the country and increases new jobs develops as a significant extent of the inflow of the foreign investment capital. One of the priorities for this is the developing of small business, which is facilitated by the favorable business environment of the country and its high level of returns. Reduction of the absolute amount of poverty is possible only by employing them in various skills and by parameterizing new innovative small enterprises. This is also related to the demographic efforts. All this requires the creation of the wide range of different targeted programs and their serialized liberalization. This is also a priority for the main strategic direction of Georgia's European path. Poverty is the inability to participate in normal public life. Science to engage in such life, one must first have principal resources, and the poor unfortunately don't have these resources. We all agree that poverty is number one problem that requires a lot of effort and the right strategy to eradicate it. Poverty is a lack of income, of the consumption of material and spiritual values necessary for the psychologically and spiritual existence and development of the person. Sustainable development goals. As already mentioned, poverty is reliable to meeting the minimum needs that a person needs for psychological and spiritual development. That is why it has a great impact of both of standards of living, the possible of human development. This regard, the poverty indicator shows us important result. On the example in Georgia, as we have seen, according in the 2016-2017 data of absolutely and relative poverty. The level of poverty was increasing. There are many reasons for the increase in poverty. Among them, the main factors in the slowdown of economic growth, inflation, unemployment, increase in consumer prices, and others. It should be noted that all these factors appear to low-income families more. In terms of poverty in Georgia, there has been a deplorable situation for years, which captures everyone's attention and does not leave any member of the society different. It also worth noting the fact that a recently spread pandemic aggravates our already difficult situation, which offered the population on the verge of poverty the most aggravated situation. According to the UNICEF's research, It can be said that Georgia has a miserable situation in terms of poverty. Then inverted for more than 4,000 families who are actually starving and deprived of health care, education, and more respect of creating a future. Child poverty remains the main challenge of the country. However, the McDonald's banner today more than 235,000 families with children live in poverty in Georgia is not accurate, and the present is exciting harsh reality even more extensible. In reality, this number does not reflect the number of families with socially I'm sorry. Now, it does not reflect the number of families with socially vulnerable children. Also, it's close the number of persons under 16 years of age receiving subsistence allowance. Our visit to the
I'm Maxime Arzani, third grade student of Poti. In order for a person to achieve his goal, he needs a full-fledged life, a full-fledged diet, which many people in Georgia today do not have. While watching one of the films, I saw how they are hungry, cold, and bored in classes. It puts me in a very bad mood. I want all children to be happy and secure and have a colorful childhood.
Ana Maria.
What is the situation in terms of poverty and hunger in Poti? In order to understand this, we asked for information about the needy and visited Mrs. Gulnar Al-Sania, who lives in a one-room apartment in unbearable conditions. She has a psychologically ill son who suffered a trauma in Afghanistan and depends on his old mother. They live on a pension which is not even enough on expensive medicines. The mother supports her son by begging. He has seen a number of people asking for help. Their situation is unbearable. They don't even have the necessary means for daily consumption. The teacher told us about this needy family. We decided to go to them. We called clothes, bedline, food, and arrived there. You can't imagine how happy the mother and the son were as a day with our visit. On the same day, we also visited the second beneficiary. This is Amakdari, a teacher farmer deputy director of the Science Public School of CCI, the honorary citizens of Poti, Mrs. Media Bakadze, who will happily with us. We also invited her with gifts and made the day beautiful. We talked a lot, invented a lot of things, and left with good wishes. It's a pity that the state doesn't take care of such of people. After all, on their shoulders, many people, many students have become mean. We promise to meet again to make the remaining years pleasant memories. An extraordinary situation arose in the country. The country's economic growth can't solve the problem of unemployment. In Georgia, which has the status of a transition country, about 8% of the population, or 300,000 people, live in unemployment. It's a fact that the number of self-employed in our country is much higher than other countries. All people living in rural areas are considered self-employed. However, their incomes are unstable and low. For example, if we compare the countries of the European Union, 85% are employed there, and the remaining 50% belong to the category of self-employed. Statistical data in Georgia shows the opposite trend. In particular, the number of hired employees is 32%, as self-employed 68%. Also, according to statistical data, it's clear that about 1 million people are employed in Georgia. 48% of this comes from the agriculture sector, which produces 9% of the country's gross domestic products. From this is clear that there is a low agriculture in the sector. The average salary level is also characterized by a low rate. Georgia is in 8th place according to the statistical data of the former Allied republics. Among the former Soviet republics, the average daily wage level is the highest in Estonia and the lowest in Tajikistan. The average wage level in Estonia is 8.5 times higher than Tajikistan and 3 times higher than Georgia. However, the average salary level in Georgia is
75% higher compared to the countries with a similar potential of our economy. In December 2017, the living wages of the population was $162, or about $70. And according to the data of October 2017, it increased to $170, or approximately $75. The share of food cost in the cost of living is important, which is 70%, in the USA 6.4%, in Singapore 6.7%, in Switzerland 8.7%, in Austria 9.9%. Currently, the share of the population below the absolute poverty line in the country is 0.3%, or 792,000 people. In 2012, 42.5% of the population of Georgia, and in 2014, 32.2% belongs to the extremely poor category. As a result of this, lowers as the new rich and new poor appeared in the country. Obviously, social polarization has taken an irreversible form. It's necessary to create, along with the existing ones, more solid and safe development programs for the modern economy for a long period of time. We hope that jobs will be created in Georgia as the number of unemployment will decrease, the country's income will increase, and it will be spent in targeted way. One of the priorities will be help people below the poverty line. Thanks for your attention.
Mrs. Inga.
Yes, dear.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening. Good evening to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thanks. I want to say my great thanks for the participants who took part in this event. I'm a little nervous, and for the first time I want to represent, of course, myself. I'm an English teacher and I come from Georgia. I work at number, sorry for not sharing my video. 1 minute, please. Okay. So now I think that I'm visible. Okay, once more, good evening to everyone. I'm an English teacher from Georgia. I work at number 8 public school in Poti. I work with Mrs. Rusudan. She is the teacher of our school, and she represented and she gathered all the students and prepared the presentations with the children, with her students, and I want to say to all of them my thanks, of course, and all the generations who participated in this quite interesting event, because as I see, there were so many interesting things, stuffs, and important information shared in via English language, the international language, which helps all the students and new generations to connect with each other, to have a communication and improve their language, of course. What can I say? It improves the words of Nelson Mandela's, that once he said that education is the most powerful weapon and the people can use it to change the world. Maybe it's not the exact words, but I have spoken about these in a changeable way, but maybe you understand the meaning, of course. So what can I add for this? I can say my thanks to all of you, all the participants, all the youngsters, because they are quite brave to introduce themselves and present themselves with so many in front of so many strange people. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for all of us. Goodbye, and my thanks to all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for giving us this amazing and important information and presentation. You have discussed a really necessary and important topic. I want to mention you ability to stay alone, but lead the presentation perfectly. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, your teacher and dear Inga.
Thank you,
Okay.
you too. Elena, thank you. You are so nice person, and your voice is so nice and
Thank you very
catchy.
much.
Catchy too.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, your teacher, Sudan.
Yes, of course.
Okay. The next speaker is Ms. Tamar Berize. Welcome there.
Hi there.
Hi. Okay. Presentation is visible. Let's start.
Hello, my name is Mary. And I'm Lily. We are the students of Tamar Berize. She is a chemistry and biology teacher in the villages Bershweti and Sopisi. As I was saying, I'm Lily, and it's a great honor to be in your project. Have you ever wondered what to do with high stomach acidity? Which method is better, traditional or modern medical remedies? To clarify this issue and to develop research skills in students, we conducted a study on the neutralization of 0.5% hydrochloric acid solution of different types of antacids. Students analyzed the results and drew conclusions. If we take a look at the lifestyle and the diet of modern person, we can easily understand why there are long queues at the offices of gastroenterologists. High acidity of the stomach is caused by rhythm of our daily life. We ignore mild pain and go to the doctor only when the feeling of pain becomes unbearable. What should we change in our life to escape this problem? For a long time, it was believed that the stomach diseases were the fault of improper nutrition. Let's see how gastritis is developed.
Gastritis is an inflammation of the lining of the stomach. The lining of the stomach contains various types of glands that produce gastric juice and the enzyme pepsin, a substance involved in protein digestion. Normally, a thick layer of mucus covers the lining of the stomach and protects it from the damaging effects of gastric juice and hydrochloric acid. When the stomach lining is inflamed, it produces less enzyme. The secretion of gastric protective substance and the mucus also decrease. The gastritis can be both acute and chronic. Acute gastritis starts suddenly, while chronic gastritis is a long-term problem. If we don't eat in time and effectively, will bother us from years and may even take for a lifetime. The purpose of the research is to research the effectiveness of various medical and folk remedies. The process dates based on the results and it drew up a rating chart, developing students' research skills and critical thinking, science and communication skills, and stimulating interest in science subject.
We prepared freshly squeezed carrot juice and a 0.5% solution of hydrochloric acid, which we disrupted equally in 6 chemical glasses and treated it with solutions of 500 milligrams of various antacids. These preparations are Malix, gastroprotector, squid, Sematicin Norman, Reni, and carrot juice. After 5-minute delay in the self-cleaning glass, we measured the acidity with a pH meter, recorded the data in the table. Since our presumption did come true, we left it for disease and then checked the results again. After that, we built the diagram.
Among the drugs, simethicone as well as Calimber had most effective and fastest effect. However, according to the data of the second day, Reni also had a good effect. We also found out the prices, and in the second, Kalmakarbi is in the first place. This is our chart. We are shown that simethicone is the highest place. Also, this is a process of researching, and thanks for your attention.
Bye.
Thank you very much, girls. First of all, I wanted to say that you are very beautiful and you have a best presentation. Thank you very much for this. And our conference,
I think, yes, first of all, I'm also thank you, girls. It's very nice presentation and also different presentation. Thanks a lot. Please stop sharing. 1 minute. I can put it. No. I stop sharing.
Dr.Inga.
Yes.
Interrupt you. We have one more student. She couldn't join because she had some problems, but now I think she's ready. She can share
Great.
and we'll finish.
Great.
Leila.
Okay.
Leila, can you hear me?
Today we
Leila,
have
if you...
little internet problem, but well done. Always, it's very nice
Leila,
job.
can you hear me?
Idem მინდა ერთხელ ვიკითხო ხომ არავინ გამოგჩა შემთხვევით რომ ხელი აიწიოთ ან შემოგხმიანოთ ასე ვთქვათ. Მაინც ვკითხულობთ.
I can see her here, but I don't know why she can't hear me. Leila, can you hear me?
Leila. Yes, she here and the microphone also open, but I don't know what's happening. Leila, she 1 minute there, she another, I think now is Leila, can you hear me?
It's so strange. Okay. I don't know
Okay,
what's
dear.
happening. Okay, then maybe we should finish.
No problem. We invite her next conference.
Okay.
Leila, can you hear me, dear? No, I think she has trouble. Okay. Tell something, my dear. What you felt?
Okay. I just want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to all the wonderful teachers and students who participated in this conference for all their amazing presentations. I'm thankful to them for their dedication, hard work, and commitment to education. This is really inspiring. We have learned many new things. And I'm also grateful for this opportunity to be a part of this event. Thank you for everything.
Thank you too. Thank you. It was quite nice evening.
Inga, unmute yourself. You are talking and we don't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Okay, 1 minute.
Oh my God, I
Can you
talk
hear me?
a lot. I talk.
You talk and we don't hear you. Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. I call you and I think, what's happened? They are not done. No, dear. Okay, thanks so much, all of you, dear Maya, dear Shalale, dear Rusudan, and Lizzie, I see now, and dear Inga, Papavam, Maya, Abdaladze, Anna Maria, and Katie, Maka, Barbara, Tamar, okay.
All.
Yes. And now, dear Nada, please tell us something.
Yes, I will say that another amazing conference. Everything was great from the start, from our great guest speakers, from our students, our great Salala present from Azerbaijan, from Iran, students from Georgia, great teachers, amazing, no problems, the internet, everything was good. We want to thank to our great Serbius Pandit for giving us this opportunity, for giving us great IIU, this great stage that we can share the knowledge between the students all over the globe. So dear Inga, my sister, please continue with these conferences because they are very important for the youth and for others who are participating, who are listening. So this is an inspiration and motivation to others also to join the conferences and to be part of this amazing event. Elena, what to say? Elena, you are wonderful. You make a great work. Almost sleeping. I know that if it is in my country, 10 p.m., it's in Georgia, midnight past. So it's time to go. It's time to go to sleep because you are going to school tomorrow. So
There's week. We have not school week. We have so important day tomorrow.
Oh,
the Independence Day of Georgia.
Oh, we don't. Oh, we don't. You don't work for the Independence Day.
It is the
right?
holiday for all Georgia.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Happy Independence Day.
Thank
Happy
you.
Independence
Oh,
Day.
now yes, celebration.
So I think then we can continue more hours. You are all free tomorrow.
Yes, thank you so much. Now I see enjoying Jabba. Thank you so much, Jabba. You are amazing. Okay, dear
welcome.
Nino.
Thank you.
Welcome. Dear Nino, Mariam, please, we ხარით ჩვენი გუნდის წევრები, რომლებიც გადაღამე მუშაობენ ასევე ამ კონფერენციის საუკეთესო წარმართვისთვის და უამრავი დეტალია ვიცით და დიდი მადლობა ჩემგან. Thank you so much, dear Nino, for everything. Mariam, you are amazing. Oh my God. Where are you? Now I am interesting. Where are I?
ახავერი ჩემთან ერთად იყო იქეთ შეხვედრაზე.
Yes. Oh, dear Nada. What? Dear Rusudan told me in Kakhaber conference. No,
Yes.
training. He have training, yes.
He has always training. So now it is midnight. What training at midnight?
He is Georgian proud. He is, I don't know.
ავტორიზაციის ტრენინგი იყო ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი.
Authorization training. Yes. He is, yes, amazing person. Okay, გისმენთ გალბატონო.
მოგესალმებით, დიდი პატივისცემით გილოცავთ თითოეულ თქვენგანს. კიდევ ერთი შესანიშნავი კონფერენცია შედგა ჩვენი ახალგაზრდების და მასწავლებლების მონაწილეობით, მოწვეული სტუმრების, ჩვენი ქვეყნის წარმომადგენლების. ეს იყო მართლაც შესანიშნავი დღე. გილოცავთ ყველას, გილოცავთ თავისუფლების დღეს, ჩემო საქართველო, 26 მაისს. მადლობა მინდა გადავხადო ბატონ პეუს პანდიტს ამ შესაძლებლობისთვის, ულოცავ ჩემს შესანიშნავ გუნდს, ბატონ ინგას, ბატონ კახაბერს, ბატონ მარიამს, ბატონ მაკას და მადლობა მინდა გადავხადო ასევე IIU-სთან დამფუძნებელს, ბატონ ნადა რატკოვიჩს ასეთი მხარდაჭერისთვის. გუგლს მადლობას მოგახსენებთ ასეთ შესანიშნავი პრეზენტაციებისთვის. ელენე მადლობა. ელენე შენ ხარ ჩვენი საამაყო
ანუ მეორებელი გოგონა.
გეთახმებით ქალბატონო.
მერვე საოცრება, მერვე.
ძალიან
საყვარელი და
მოგესალმებით კოლეგებო, სტუმრებო.
ლინკი აქაც გააზიარეს Zoom-ში.
პედაგოგებო, მოწვეულო სტუმრებო. მართლაც შესანიშნავი კონფერენცია შედგა. გაზიარდა ძალიან ბევრი საინტერესო პრაქტიკული მაგალითები, თქვენი ნამუშევარი, ნაღვაწი და ვიცით რომ პედაგოგის შრომა გვინდა და ფასდება კიდევაც და ჩვენი მოსწავლეები რა თქმა უნდა დაგვიფასებენ იმ შრომას, რასაც ვწევთ თითოეული ჩვენგანი. მადლობა ორგანიზატორებს, ჩემთან ერთად, ჩვენ ძლიერ გუნდს, ინგა, ნინო, კახაბერ, მაკა. ჩვენ ერთად ყველაფერს შევძლებთ. შეუძლებელი ჩვენთვის არაფერია უпростоრად. ნადა რატკოვიჩ. Thank you, მადლობა.
Great Mariam and great Nino and all. Thank you so much.
მადლობა ქალბატონო რუსუდან მოწვევისთვის და შესაძლებლობისთვის, რომ ჩამთეთ ამ არაჩვეულებრივ ღონისძიებაზე და მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ჩვენი ურთიერთობა გაგრძელდება ამ კუთხით, იმიტომ რომ ძალიან მომეწონა და აფრთოვანებული დავჭი დღევანდელი საღამოთი. მადლობთ
ძალიან ბევრი საინტერესო რამ იხილება აქ. არის ძალიან კარგი ურთიერთობა, თვითონ გუნდი არის შეკრული ძალიან მომზადებული, თავდადებული, რასაც ქვია და მადლობა ძალიან დიდი ქალბატონ ინგა ხარჩილავას ამდენს რო უძლებს და ამდენს გვიძლებს და ღმერთმა მისცეს ძალა და ენერგია. Thank you very much, Mrs. Nada.
Thank you.
Yes.
Meeting.
Thank you so much and congratulations again.
It was a good opportunity.
Okay, Ellen, please. And
okay.
მადლობა ქალბატონ ინგა პაპავას, ჩემს მოსწავლეებს.
მადლობა.
იმისათვის რომ ასე გვიანამდე შემოგჩნენ და გაუძლეს ამ ყველაფერს. ძალიან ბევრ რაღაცას შეგძენს ეს შეხვედრები, არის ძალიან საინტერესო, მართლაც პრობლემური საკითხები იხილება, მუდმივად არის ძალიან ხშირი ეს შეხვედრები და ძალიან ბევრიც მომცემი. ისე რომ წარმატებებს ვისურვებთ თითოეულს. და მადლობა
თავიდან დავიწყეთ 1 საათი გრძელდებოდა, მერე 2 საათი გრძელდებოდა, 3, 4 და 5 და 6 აღარა, თორე ვეღარ გავწევ. იმიტომ რომ მოთხოვნა ძალიან მაღალია და ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ის ფაქტიც, რომ აი მოსწავლეები და მასწავლებლები უშუალოდ ამ პროექტისთვის მუშაობენ კონკრეტულად რაღაც მნიშვნელოვან საკითხს, ხო, რამოდენიმე შეიძლება ორი თემა აიღონ და უშუალოდ დადი განვითარებიდან ან სამი ან თუნდაც ერთი და მე უკვე ამ პროექტზე ხდება პრეზენტაცია, ეს ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ჩვენთვის. ეს არის ზუსტად ის мотивация, ეს არის ზუსტად ის, რაზედაც
გამოძღვის ღამის თენება.
დიახ, ნამდვილად. ამიტომ 6 საათიც იყოს, ოღონდ ეშველოს ამ პრობლემებს, ცოტათი მეც.
ძალიან მიხარია ქავტონინგა, რომ ძალიან ძლიერი გუნდი გყავთ. ქავტონინგა სარციძის, მარიამ მამაგულაშვილის, ახაბერ ჩაკვეტაძის, მაგრამ ჩვენ იმდანად მნიშვნელოვან შეხვედრაზე ვიყავით, ახლა ცოტა დღეს აგვერი რეჟიმი არ გამოგვივიდა როგორც მინდა და დღეს 5 შეხვედრა მოვიარე და ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ჩემს ფავორიტ გოგონას ელენეს, რომელზეც ვაფანატებ, გიჟდები, აი მართლა 21 საუკუნის ბავშვი. ასე წარმომიდგენია და წარმატებები მინდა ვუწორო მუდამ და მუდამ.
Maka, hello. Can you hear me? Thank you so much for everything. Okay. Ellen, please.
Okay. I'm just excited.
მაქსიმეც გამოიწრთობა ასე, მესამე კლასელი აქ მეჯდა გვერდით და
რა თქმა უნდა.
მაინც ისე უნდა და ისე რომ რა ვიცი მოკლედ.
რა თქმა უნდა. Go ahead.
I'm just excited always. It was really the most important youth conference. The youth of the world will listen to the voice of the youth and together we will until the whole world. Together we will fight to solve this problem. Today is the 21st century. We see many problems and the 17 goals of sustainable development indicated this. Many thanks to all the inspiring young speakers from Georgia and from Azerbaijan, Iran, and others. Special thanks to Mr. Parish Pandit, who created a unique university and united the whole world. Many thanks to the project director, Ms. Inga, who also united Europe Youth. Thank you, Ms. Nada and Ms. Shalale. You are always with us. And very big thank you, all teachers and students. I want to wish you all success. Yes, I believe that we will close many good things together. IIU is the change. IIU, bring the change. IIU is the revolution.
Bye. Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you. And congratulations. Thank you, Mr. P, for everything.
Inga, you are muted.